Hey, Reels. My name's Matt, and this happened in June of 2017 near Baldwin, Michigan, along one of those sandy back roads that cut into the Manistee National Forest. I'm not a big believer in cryptids or anything like that, but my girlfriend at the time was obsessed with all those late-night podcasts about Dogman sightings up here. She'd heard about a supposed hotspot off a trail near Wolf Lake, and decided it'd be fun for us to camp there one weekend. I told her all this crap was just internet hype. Half the YouTube videos about the area were obviously fake. But we were both off work and needed to get out of town, so I said fine. I figured I'd show her there was nothing to be afraid of. To prove all this was fake and for attention-seeking purposes only, once and for all. We parked at a small pull-off just past where the pavement ends, and you can't miss it. There's a faded green DNR sign and a fire road that drops toward the river. We set up a small dome tent about 100 yards off the trail. We cooked some brats over a propane stove and spent the first few hours joking about all those sightings. Around 10:30 at night, it got dead quiet. I heard no sounds, no frogs, no bugs. The temperature dropped insanely fast. I remember seeing my breath in the flashlight beam, which should not have been the case. We heard what sounded like footsteps in the sand. Not far away either. I would guess no farther than 30 feet. I turned the light towards the sound and caught a glimpse of something. Just a dark shape that quickly shot out of view. She asked me, "Did you see that?" I tried to laugh it off, said it was probably just some wildlife cutting through the area, something curious of us being there. But the steps didn't sound like any animal, and they didn't come in pairs. There was a rhythm to them like a person walking around. About 10 minutes later, we heard the same crunching sound circle around the tent. Every time I pointed the light, it would stop. When I turned it off, the walking would start up again. I finally said, "That's it. I'm done with this." I unzipped the tent, stepped out barefoot onto the sand, light in one hand and a machete in the other. At first, I didn't see anything. Then I realized what I thought was a fallen log was actually something crouched down at the edge of the clearing. The flashlight caught the shape enough. The curve of a back, two pointed ears, the way it slowly turned its head towards us. Its eyes were a dull orange. They were lower to the ground than you'd expect from something this size, but like I said, I think it was crouched down low trying to stay hidden. My girlfriend whispered my name from inside the tent, and that sound seemed to snap it out of whatever it was doing. It stood up completely, tall enough that the beam hit its chest, then its neck, then the underside of its jaw. I didn't wait. I dropped the light and yelled for her to run. We grabbed what we could and made for the truck. We left everything else behind. When we hit the main road, I looked in the rearview mirror and saw the light from the dropped flashlight still glowing in the woods. Something moved past it, blocking it out for a second like a shadow cutting through the beam. We kept going and did not stop until we hit Baldwin. We spent the night in the truck by a gas station. I went back the next morning, and mostly to prove to myself there was nothing out there. The flashlight was nowhere to be found. The tent and the cooler were still there, untouched. I know how this sounds. I've heard all the comments before. I've camped in that forest my whole life. I've seen bears, coyotes. You name it, I've encountered it at one point or another. I even had a run-in, a very close call with a mountain lion once near Wellston. None of them moved like this thing did. None of them stand like that either. I still tell myself I don't believe in dogmen, but I know what I saw out there wasn't anything that belongs in those woods. But if I'm being a truthful person, which I feel like this is the best time to do so, I tell myself I don't believe so I don't have to face the reality that these things are real. It's very hard to swallow. Anyway, thank you for your channel, and thank you for letting people like me get these things off of their chest. Much love, brother. Matt, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Reels. I chose to send this in because I've heard you read a few stories from around Land Between the Lakes. I've never heard one quite like what happened to me and my friend Terry back in April of 2018. We both grew up in Murray, about 20 minutes south of the LBL line. We'd been hearing stories about the beast since high school. You know how it goes. Everybody knows somebody who swears they saw something up there, but nobody's got anything to prove it. One Friday night, Terry came by with a couple of cigars and said, "Let's go check out the old service road near Hematite Lake. It's outside the park boundary, so we're not breaking any rules." I figured, why not? We weren't drinking, we were just bored. We drove his Tacoma up past the last house on the county road and parked at the gate marked Maintenance Access. There were tire tracks on the gravel, so it didn't look off limits. We walked about half a mile in with flashlights. Of course, we were both talking complete trash about how people make stuff up for clicks. It was one of those spring nights that feels like summer already. It was humid, the frogs were going crazy, everything was alive. Then, like someone hit a switch, all the sound just got sucked out, even the crickets. Terry noticed it first. He told me to listen. That silence was heavy enough that it made the hair on my arms stand up. I remember trying to play it cool, trying to come up with every rational reason I could, telling myself it was probably a pack of coyotes nearby. But inside I felt that weird pressure in my chest and in my gut, like when someone's watching you. We started hearing something walking around. It was pretty steady movement on the gravel. Very clear, you could hear it perfectly. This wasn't imagination, this was something walking. It was coming from the bend ahead of us. I hit my light and saw a flicker of quick movement, and it jolted and ran behind a tree. This thing, whatever it was, when the light hit close to it, it acted like the light was going to catch it on fire. It was something dark. It leaned completely out of view. I remember Terry saying something like, "That was tall." We stood there waiting for someone to call out, maybe a hiker, a trespasser, anything human. But nothing came. Just that silence. Out of nowhere, with no warning or sounds at all, this monstrosity stepped out into view. It was about 35-40 yards up the road, right in the middle of the bend. I had my light hit square on its chest, and the light lit up fur across the shoulders and chest area. It stood upright. It wasn't slouching, it wasn't crawling, it's just standing there like it owned the damn place. Its head was something out of a nightmare. It was absolutely huge. It looked like it was too big for the body. The ears were high, the snout was long and skinny. When it would turn slightly, the light hit its eyes in such a way that they glowed a gold color. I never saw it blink. Not once, even when the light was directly in its face. Now, at this moment in time, Terry started backing up and tripped on some gravel. When he did that, the thing flinched, and then it moved. It just stepped off the road and went into the trees. It was like watching a shadow disappear behind a curtain. We tried to be quiet and not speak until we made it back out. Both of us were breathing like horses, and Terry threw the truck in reverse, turned around so fast he nearly backed into a tree. We didn't talk about it much afterward either. You'd think we would have told everyone, but honestly it felt personal, like we'd seen something we weren't supposed to see together. Like it was a secret that we should keep. It's a very weird thing to say that, but it's just how I felt. A few weeks later, we went back in the same spot during the day. The road looked normal. You'd never know anything strange happened there. But then we reached the same bend, and I remember Terry saying, "Don't you feel it? Like it's watching us even now." I laughed back then, but between you and me, I haven't been back out there. I still drive around that area, sometimes for work, and every time I pass that specific turnoff, my stomach starts to turn. Whatever's out there, we saw it, and it knew that we weren't supposed to be there, or at least that's how it acted. I think it just wanted to make sure we left the area. I don't know why it claims that area, but it can have it. My portion. I'll give it away. I'll never go back out there. You can say these things aren't dangerous, they're not aggressive. As long as you don't harm them, they won't come after you. You can say all these things until you see one yourself. I bet your mind will change a bit. I can't speak for anyone else, but the thing I saw could tear a human apart in seconds. It was the biggest living, breathing animal I've ever laid my eyes on, walking on this side of heaven, or hell, however you want to look at it. Anyways, Reels, I've went off on a wild tangent here. I'll go ahead and end it because that's all I got. J. Murray, Kentucky. Reels, a big hello from down Texas way. I won't give my name, but I live just north of Houston. What I'm about to tell you happened in October of 2019 in the Sam Houston National Forest. It was near New Waverly. It wasn't supposed to be anything serious, just a quick weekend project for a YouTube channel some friends and I were starting called Beyond Belief, Texas. We'd planned to make short videos visiting haunted or cryptid locations. Basically, what we were doing, we were poking fun at them and people that watch them, and see if we could explain what people were actually seeing. We were sort of debunkers, if you will. At the time, the Dogman sightings around the forest were all over Reddit and Facebook groups. There were supposed reports of glowing eyes, howls, even a few people saying they'd seen a wolf walking upright near the Lake Conroe side. I'd been to that forest hundreds of times for camping and hunting. I never saw anything weird, so we decided it would make a perfect episode 1. Before you go looking, there is no episode 1. There were 3 of us, me, and we'll call my 2 buddies, Lewis and Bryce. We packed light, 2 cameras, a GoPro, and a single LED spotlight that ran off a truck battery. That thing was brighter than the sun. The plan was to drive one of the Forest Service roads after dark, film some reactions, and call it a night. Around 9 p.m., we turned off FM 1375 onto a side road that cuts east towards the lake. No traffic, nothing out there. The air was still a bit humid from a storm that had passed earlier in the day. The mist was starting to form over the ditches. We parked where the road split and set up the camera. I remember joking around and laughing, saying, "Cue the ominous music," while Bryce filmed me holding a flashlight. About 10 minutes into filming, we heard something crack off to our right. This wasn't a twig. It sounded like a limb being snapped, like a toothpick. Lewis panned the camera toward it, still laughing. He said, "There's your Dogman, boys." Nothing showed up on the screen, but that's when the forest went completely quiet. Then came this growl. It was deep enough that it rattled my entire body. It is hard to describe this sound. It wasn't loud, it was just low. It was like it was close, but holding back. I remember Bryce saying, "I hope we caught that on audio." Lewis shined the light where the sound came from, but we saw nothing but trees and brush. I told him to sweep it slower. The light stopped on something grayish and standing statue still. It was just inside the tree line. For a second I thought it was a tree trunk, until it turned its head. Two amber reflections blinked at us from about 6 feet off the ground. My buddy Bryce immediately giggled a bit and said, "Who knew we were coming out here? That's someone in a mask." But his voice did crack about halfway through. You could tell this wasn't a human at all, even in a mask. It took one step forward, and the stride was too long for a human. You could see the shape of the head with ears, a snout, and a neck that was thicker than its skull. Lewis dropped the light, and it hit the ground face down. Everything went completely black, except for the little red glow from the camera. I could hear Bryce cussing, trying to find the truck keys, and Lewis was breathing heavy like he was about to throw up. I turned to grab the light, and while I was bent over, something moved through the brush. Fast. I caught the flash of movement out of the corner of my eye like something crossed the road behind us. I just yelled, "Everyone in the truck." We all piled in, slammed the doors, and killed every light. No one spoke a word for about a minute. The only sounds I remember hearing faintly was some rainwater dripping off the trees and our own breathing. We started hearing sounds again, and then a thump against the rear quarter panel. Just one big thump, like something smacked it with a large hand. That was it for us, and Bryce started the truck and floored it back toward 1375. The spotlight cable got yanked loose and the wire snapped against the fender as we tore out of there. When we hit the highway, we were completely gone. No one dared to even look back. Back home, I watched the camera footage frame by frame. The growl's there clear as day. And right before Lewis drops the light, you can see the edge of a shape, but it's not clear enough to be definitive at all. It's just something there. Someone would say it's a tree or something else, maybe an animal, but I know what I saw. I just wish that there was more proof on this footage. It's only visible for half a second before the image goes dark anyway. And as for the growl, yeah, sure, I can send it to you, but you know what people are going to say. They're going to say we were skeptics in the beginning and making jokes. One of us probably faked that, so it's just pointless. You'll just have to take my word for it. If not, then there's not much I can do about that. We argued for a week about whether to try and upload this. In the end, we decided it was best if we didn't. Not because we were scared of ridicule, because none of us could agree on what we saw. Lewis said it was a bear with mange. Bryce swears it had to be a person. And I just say now, I don't know. Needless to say, our YouTube channel idea died the very same night that it started. I do have the SD card somewhere. I think it's locked in a drawer. but I've never watched it again. And before everyone starts screaming and ranting and saying we want to see it, prove it, we want to hear the growl, we want to see the footage, I don't owe anyone anything. I'm just telling you what happened. I still myself don't really know what I believe. All I know is for me to put that footage out, there would be specific locations shown in the video, not to mention our faces and other things I don't want to share with the public, especially involving something like this. To be honest, thinking this is real, seeing it yourself, me personally, I'm more afraid of the agencies than I am the beast. So I think for now, respectfully, I'll keep the card where it is. Maybe one day it'll be necessary to pull it out and go over it again and see what could be useful. Until then, you'll just have to take my word. Or don't. Go out there for yourself. See what you can find. But you better take a gun and a few people with you. My name is Doug, and yes, that's my real name. I've lived in southern Wisconsin most of my life, and I've been hunting the Kettle Moraine area since I was old enough to pull a bowstring. My dad used to call it our church, and I guess that stuck. I'm 51 now, and after what I saw in October of 2020, I can't even think about stepping foot in those woods without wondering if it's going to be my last trip. It was the middle of bow season. It was a calm, overcast day. The air felt thick and carried sound forever. I was hunting a stretch of north of Eagle off an old trail that winds up a ridge line overlooking a swamp flat. This spot was perfect for watching deer move between bedding areas. I parked my truck just after daylight, hiked in with my climber stand, and set up about 20 feet high in a hickory tree. Everything was quiet. It was perfect. Around noon, I hadn't seen a thing except the ever so loving, annoying squirrels that you have to deal with, so I decided to stay through the evening. It was too nice a day to leave early. Around 4:30, I noticed how quiet it had gotten. The woods out there are never silent. There's always a breeze, a crow, something. But it went still like somebody muted the entire world. That's the moment that I started hearing something that changed my life. Footsteps coming from behind me on the ridge. My first rational thought was this was another hunter. I leaned out and didn't yell, but called out loud enough they could hear me. And I said, "Hey, is someone back there?" I got no answer. But the movement did stop. It started moving again a few seconds after that, and it angled toward my tree. I wish I would have stayed quiet because the first sets of steps it was moving away from me. But once I made my presence known, it made a beeline in my direction. As it got closer, I noticed how heavy the steps were. I stayed still. I had my bow in my lap. Whatever it was stopped a little ways behind me. I turned as slow and as quiet as I could. At first, all I saw were the trees and the underbrush. Then one of those tree trunks that I was staring at, the base of a tree, or so I thought, moved. Now, when you see an animal that you mistake for a tree trunk, that is something that cannot be easily explained away. You can't deny it. It was standing behind a big oak tree, leaning out just enough that I could see one shoulder and part of its head. It had extremely dark brown fur, and it looked very coarse. It was almost black where the shadow hit it. Remember I said I'm between 15 and 20 feet up.
I felt like this thing, whatever it was, its arms were so long and skinny. It was so tall. If it would have stood directly under my stand, it could have reached straight up and grabbed the footrest of my stand. And that math just didn't sit right in my head. I stayed still, trying to process all of this. The thing leaned out a little more, and that's when I saw an ear. It was pointed, sitting high on the head. Then that eye was a mix between amber and green. It was catching what little light there was left. It blinked once, and only once. I tried not to make any sounds. I was scared, sure, but mostly just locked in place. The amount of things running through my mind at that moment kind of makes everything a blur. It felt like if I moved, it would know exactly where I was. After what felt like a full minute, it just moved back behind the tree and disappeared down the slope without making a sound. I didn't hear a twig snap, no leaf crunch. I don't know how something that size could move through the woods that quietly, but it did. I waited until it was almost dark before climbing down, and that was the longest half hour of my life. My hands were shaking so bad I nearly dropped my release. I didn't see it again, but the next day I went back. I stopped at the same spot and looked at the tree it had stood behind. I had to see exactly how tall this thing was. The lowest branch was easily taller than me. Whatever that thing was, it was huge. It had to be, from the ground to the top of its head, at least 9 or 9.5 feet tall. I've hunted that same ridge for 30 years. I know black bears move through from time to time, but I've never seen a 9-foot-tall black bear, and I've never seen one that has a head that looks like a wolf either. And honestly, a bear can stand and take steps here and there walking upright, but they can't do that for long distances and move around trees and not make a sound. And I don't know about you, but I've never seen a bear with pointed ears. I don't care what anyone says. That wasn't a bear. Now, I saved the craziest part of this encounter for the last. 2 years prior to my encounter, I let one of my close friends hunt in that spot. Took him out there, showed him where to go, told him to hunt there, it was a good spot. I didn't hear from him for about 2 weeks. After I finally got a hold of him, he was shaken up pretty badly. He proceeded to tell me how he saw something strange out there. Something stalked him, something big. Something chased him out of the woods. He told me it was an unsafe area and he didn't know what that was. He thought it was some kind of crazy person out there trying to harm him. He warned me, told me not to go back there. I thought he was crazy. I should have listened. My life would have turned out differently. I wouldn't be here now typing this. I wouldn't wake up in the middle of the night with sweats and nightmares. I wouldn't be scared and worried every time I go hunting now. Ignorance is bliss. But once you realize what's out there, there's no more rest. There's no more ifs or maybe. You know. And that is a fact that is very hard to live with. Thanks. Doug, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Hey, Reels. I live outside of Johnson City, Tennessee. I'm into urban exploration. Old hospitals, schoolhouses, anything forgotten. My name's Cody, by the way. I'm not someone who's chasing ghosts. I don't believe in things like that. I just like places that time quit caring about. In April of 2021, that curiosity took me somewhere I wish I'd left alone. My friend Travis told me about a collapsed fire tower up near Unica Mountain. It's technically in the Cherokee National Forest, but you can get there on a service road if you've got four-wheel drive. He said a lot of locals call it the hanging tower because the top section is still dangling from the frame after a windstorm a few years ago. Online forums mention hikers hearing howls in the area, seeing strange things. But around here, everything howls, so I didn't much worry about that. I just wanted to see the tower. One of the biggest mistakes of my life. We left about an hour before dark. The road up there's narrow and full of switchbacks. It will make you pray nothing's coming down. By the time we reached the clearing, the sun was just an orange strip through the trees. The tower stood maybe 40 feet tall, rusted half to nothing. The cables were struggling when the wind hit. This thing was bad. It was a safety hazard, really. We parked, killed the lights, and started filming a short walkthrough on Travis's phone. He was trying his best to narrate, saying something like another piece of forgotten Tennessee history, when I noticed how the woods sounded off. It caught my attention quickly. I've spent a lot of time in the woods. It's not unusual for that to happen sometimes. But this was different. This wasn't like a predator close. This was a lot heavier, a lot more dead, if that makes sense. I told him to keep quiet for the audio. That's when we both heard something breathing very heavily. It was deeper and slower, and it was coming from somewhere behind the tree line. We both stopped and looked at each other, and at the same time we both said, "Bear." But why would a bear breathe like that? They usually try to stay hidden. We turned toward the truck, and there was some sort of movement. I don't have a full description, or I can't tell you exactly what it was. It was just movement. I saw something move where there should have been nothing. It was a silhouette. It was something down on all fours at first, like a normal animal. And that's when it started rising up behind a pine. The shape of a head, shoulders, and two long arms braced against the tree. The way it moved didn't look like climbing. It was more like it unfolded itself upright. The base of that pine tree had to be easily over 2 feet across. This thing was sticking out at least a foot on each side of that from behind it. That tells you how big and how wide the shoulders were. Something sticks out in my mind. I remember the sound that metal tower made. One of the hanging cables started ringing, vibrating from the wind or maybe from the movement in the trees. That tone was high and sharp. It cut through everything else. That thing moved again, and I caught the reflection of the eyes from the parking lights on the truck. They were level with the halfway point of the tower. That put them maybe 12 or 13 feet up. Travis told me to get in the truck, but neither of us moved, even after he said that. It felt like if we broke that stare, this thing was going to come after us. As I'm looking at this thing's eyes, I could feel like it could see inside of me, like it knew everything I'd done in the past, everything I was going to do in the future. It's a damn bad feeling I can't really describe. It's like it could look into my soul, my very being. And I will say, after that happened, I haven't felt the same. I feel like it actually done something to me. Anyway, all of a sudden those eyes just blinked out, like it closed its eyes or turned away. We heard something crashing through the woods going away from us. It sounded like someone driving a truck through there. I mean, this thing was ripping trees down as it went. I've never heard anything like that. As soon as we heard that, we both opened the truck doors, and when the dome light came on, it felt like we were standing on a stage with the spotlight on us. He dropped the phone, getting in the truck, and we never went back for it. The drive down was pure switchback and panic. Every curve we thought we'd see that thing behind us or it would cut us off. When we finally hit the main road, we headed back to town as fast as we could. And I'm sure everyone's wondering about the phone. Yes, we went back to get the phone. It was not the next day, but the day after. We found it lying in the mud 10 feet from where he dropped it where we were parked. The screen was cracked, but it still worked. The last video plays fine up until about the 30-second mark, about when all that happened. There's a faint metallic hum that cuts out all the sound, and the screen kind of glitches like the video itself was damaged. It was the same sound that tower made. After that, the audio just stops. Just dead air until the video cuts off. We haven't been back. People online occasionally still talk about that tower. Some say it finally came down last winter. I don't care if it did. Whatever was standing behind it that night doesn't need a landmark. It already knows where to find us if it wants to. As human beings, what I saw with my own eyes, I don't care what you have. We don't stand a chance against something like that. That is something straight from the pits of hell. A true monster of the woods. Everyone please, carry some protection. Whether it'll help or not, at least you'll have some sort of chance. I know now I carry a firearm every time I go out. I won't leave the house without it. As they say, it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. Thanks. Cody, Johnson City, Tennessee.
Hello, Reels. I'll make this as brief as I can, as I know you are a busy person. My name's Cole, and I grew up in Wilson County, Kansas, middle of nowhere farmland. It's quiet country, mostly corn and soybeans with a few gas stations and 1 or 2 restaurants. The high school there is smaller than most people's graduating class. This happened the summer after I turned 19 back in 2011. Me and my 2 best friends, we'll call Z and B, were bored out of our minds. We didn't have no jobs that week, no girls to hang out with, and way too much time on our hands. The idea started as a joke. One of those late-night conversations where nobody expects anyone to actually follow through. We had another buddy, we'll call him Marcus. He worked nights at the grain elevator. He'd gotten hooked on all these cryptid videos and Dogman creepy podcasts, swearing up and down that there were sightings all across the Midwest. We teased him about it nonstop. Now Z is the one who said let's build him his own Dogman. The plan was to make a fake werewolf and set it up in the cornfield behind Marcus's property. That's where he parked his truck before walking to work. We figured we'd hide nearby, let him spot it, and watch him run screaming back to town. B's mom ran a thrift shop. She had all kinds of junk, old Halloween masks, taxidermy, fur scraps, costume parts. We pieced together something that looked halfway decent under some low lighting. Furry arms, a long snout, even glued some fake claws on it. We attached it to an old fence post and rigged it to sway a little in the wind using fishing line. The night we went out and set it up, the air was definitely heavy with something I wasn't aware of at the time. Kansas nights can feel suffocating when there's no breeze. The corn was about chest high. It was dark green, and it was loud, and it made a lot of rustling sounds when you brushed against it. We parked Z's truck about 50 yards from Marcus's back field, killed the headlights, and went in on foot with 2 flashlights. We started making our way in pretty far and started to feel even more weird. You know that prickly feeling you get when you're being watched? I brushed it off as nerves. Cornfields are kind of spooky anyway, especially at night. We were sneaking around someone's property after all. But Z suddenly stopped walking, and I remember him stopping and saying, "Everyone shut up for a second." We all stopped. The only sound was the wind blowing through the corn. That's about it. Then faintly we started hearing what sounded to me like heavy breathing. And it wasn't ours. It was a lot deeper, something heavier, like a big animal trying to stay quiet. B kept laughing at us, saying, "Guys, it's probably just a cow." There weren't any cows in that field. We all knew it. We stood there listening, turned our flashlights off. The sound came again, but each time it would get closer. It was clearly a slow inhale, then a sharp exhale, through what sounded like a nose, not a mouth. Z turned his light back on, panning around the corn. That was when we heard movement. It was the sound of stalks being pushed aside while something moved through. Whatever it was moving in a line, and it sounded like it was circling us, trying to go off to one of our sides and flank us, maybe. We all saw it at the same time, or rather, the outline of it. There was something standing a few rows away. The corn blocked most of it, but you could see the top of a head, pointed ears catching the flashlight when Z's beam would sweep across. At first, my brain said deer, but it was just too tall and it didn't make any sense. We watched it lower itself down into the corn, smooth as anything, and that's when I realized this couldn't be anything normal. What were we looking at? The sound it made next wasn't a growl like a dog or a coyote. It was a lot deeper, almost like a person trying to growl, but from a bigger chest. My stomach dropped. We ran. Not one word. All 3 at the same time, just headed straight for the truck, tearing through rows of corn like our lives depended on it. And for all I know, they could have. I could hear B tripping behind me, cussing, and Z was yelling for him to hurry up. When I reached the road, I turned just long enough to flash my light back at the field. I saw eyes. They were pale yellow, not glowing like some people claim. And I'm not saying those people aren't being truthful. I'm just saying what I saw was just a normal reflection from something's eyes glowing in the light. The only thing is, these were too high off the ground. I screamed for Z to unlock the truck. He was fumbling around trying to get the keys, and B dove into the bed instead of waiting. The corn moved at the edge of the ditch. Not wild movement, just a smooth ripple, like whatever it was had stopped right there and it was watching us, or waiting for an opportunity. We never saw this thing step out clearly, and we didn't want to. Z slammed on the gas and tore down the road so fast the tailgate popped open. When we came back the next day, because of course we had to check, the fake Dogman we'd set up was completely gone. Not just knocked over, this thing was gone. The fence post we'd driven into the ground was completely snapped clean in half, and the fishing line we'd used was shredded into tiny balls and left in the cornfield. We searched around for any tracks or footprints. We were speculating that maybe someone found our prank and messed with us back. But the only prints we were able to find were some odd, deep impressions spaced like something walking upright, each one about the size of a dinner plate. We told Marcus we chickened out and never actually set up the prank. He still laughs about how we were all talk. But between us three, we never went back into a cornfield at nighttime again. To this day, I can't drive past that stretch of road at night without thinking about that thing. I have nightmares a lot as well. Seeing something like this is just hard to explain. The feeling, the changes it does to your mind. I just pray that whoever's hearing this doesn't witness something like this ever. I would not wish this on my worst enemy. I think whatever this thing was, it knew exactly how scared we were. And we were just 19, 18 kids at the time. It wanted to scare us. That is clear to me looking back on it. I've thought about this for years. I don't think it was intending to harm us at all. I think it saw us carrying our little Dr. Frankenstein monster creation and decided it was going to teach us a lesson we'd never forget. And it was definitely successful in doing that. Thanks, Reels. Cole.
Reels. My name's Heather, and I live just outside of Huntsville, Alabama, on a quiet little road that dead ends near a patch of woods and a drainage creek. I've lived in the same house for 14 years. Nothing remarkable ever happens here, just mailmen, barking dogs, and the occasional coon getting into the trash can. Something happened to me in late October of 2018 that I have never been able to fully explain or make sense of. That morning I was up before dawn because my husband leaves for work around 5 a.m. I always walk him out to the porch. It was still pitch black out. That bluish kind of dark right before sunrise. I remember it very well. The motion sensor light came on as soon as we opened the door, like it always did. There against the far corner of the porch was what looked like a Halloween prop, and it was a big one. We had this huge wicker chair, and it was slouched next to it. It was in the shadow a bit, and at first I thought maybe one of the neighborhood teens had set it there as a prank. It looked as if a person was wearing a dog mask, and they were crouched with their back against the wall. I remember laughing and saying, well, someone thinks they're funny. My husband looked at it, and I remember him saying, where did that thing come from? The weird part was the detail. The fur looked real. It didn't look like plastic or rubber like decorations you'd find at the store. It had different shades of brown and gray like animal hair that had been outside for years. The longer I looked, the less it felt like a costume. He stepped down off the porch, squinting at it. It's probably some kind of stuffed dog mount or something, he said.
Don't touch it till I get back this afternoon. Just leave it alone." When he left, I stayed inside for about 20 minutes, sipping my coffee, still curious about that thing or where it came from. And like I said, the detail, this looked like an expensive prop. Who would put this here and just leave it? The sun still hadn't come up fully yet, and the porch light was on. I figured I'd take a closer look. Maybe it was just an old rug, or someone had worse dumped an actual dead coyote on our porch. As crazy as that sounds, I had no other explanation at the time. When I opened the door, I noticed the air smelled different, almost musky, like wet animal. The decoration was in the same spot, but it seemed more upright, like it had shifted a few inches. I thought maybe the wind had blown it, though there wasn't any breeze at all. At that exact moment, my entire body was covered with chills, and the hair on my arms and neck started to stand, and I was starting to feel this extremely heavy dread. I took one cautious step closer and saw the side of its chest expand. I was watching something breathe. The fur around its shoulders lifted slightly with every breath. I froze, not sure what I was seeing or what to do. It turned its head just an inch or two, but it was enough that the porch light hit one eye. This was the most beautiful golden eye I've ever seen. It definitely wasn't human, but it was a mixture of human and canine. It looked old and intelligent. I can't explain that further. I stumbled backward into the door frame so hard my shoulder popped. That's when this thing unfolded itself from the crouch and stood. It was taller than any man I've ever seen. I would guess probably 7 feet, maybe 7.5. Its head was brushing the top beam of the porch. It turned its face fully in my direction. What I saw just didn't make sense. Long muzzle, very thick neck, and those eyes. They looked like golden glass marbles. Its arms hung down pretty low, longer than what you would expect. It had hands with these long fingers, and I could see they were tipped with claws that looked more like dull black nails. This Dogman thing just stood there looking at me, steady and unblinking. Then it stepped down off the porch. I can still hear that wood creaking as it moved. The sound of its feet on the gravel was weird as well. Something that big should have crunched louder, but it was almost silent. My guess is it had really thick, padded paws to be able to walk that quietly through gravel. I slammed the door and locked both bolts and crouched by the window blinds with my phone in my hand. Through the slats, I saw it pause halfway across the yard. It looked back toward the house like it was checking to make sure I was still watching. It turned toward the creek line and walked away on 2 legs. When my husband came home that afternoon, he thought I'd had some kind of panic attack. We went outside together. He tried his best to convince me that it had to be a bear, but bears don't sit on porches and watch people sleep. I don't decorate for Halloween anymore. Every time I start to hang something by the porch rail, I remember the way that thing moved. Like it was pretending to be still until I got close enough. And then God knows what would have happened. I'm just thankful I saw it move before I got extremely close. What was this thing doing? Was it trying to get me to come closer? Or did I just walk out and catch it in the act of watching us through a window, and it decided to freeze and hopefully not be seen. I have no idea which one would be the logical answer, but neither one of them makes this easier for me. Thank you, Reels. Heather. Hello, Real Adventures. First off, I want to let you know that I do love your channel, among a few others. My name, I will not share, due to obvious privacy reasons. I served as a deputy sheriff in Washington County, Maine for the better part of 22 years. Most of our calls were what you'd expect in rural coastal towns. Noise complaints, deer collisions, lost tourists following GPS into the woods. Nothing much that made headlines. This one night in early October of 2016, I was patrolling a stretch of U.S. Route 1 just outside Machias? Machis. If I butchered that, I'm sorry. I'm reading these on the fly. It's a long, lonely road linked with thick spruce and cedar. The fog that rolls in from the bay can hang there for hours. Dispatch put out a call about obstruction. An obstruction by the highway near a turnout. The caller said it looked like a dog statue standing on the shoulder, and that it was freaking people out as they drove past. I remember just rolling my eyes. Thought maybe someone had dumped one of those big fiberglass mascots from a kennel or feed store. When I got there, my dash cam was useless. The fog was too thick to pick up anything past 10 feet. I wasn't really concerned about getting close enough for my dash cam to pick up, as it didn't feel like a serious or life-threatening situation. I parked on the gravel and stepped out with my flashlight. The air smelled like sea salt and wet pine as usual. At first I didn't see anything. I finally caught the shape of a tall, narrow, maybe 8 feet back from the edge of the road. It didn't look like a statue to me. This thing had broad shoulders down to a tapered waist, and what looked to be a long snout. I even chuckled under my breath. Someone's idea of a joke, is what I thought. I got closer, holding the light on it. The surface wasn't smooth like fiberglass. It looked uneven, like the fur was muddy or matted, or moss stuck to a hide. The statue was standing slightly turned in my direction. The first thing that made my chest tighten was the way the fog moved around it, like it was giving off a bit of heat. When I got about 15 feet away, I noticed small details that didn't line up. The hands weren't carved or sculpted. They were hanging. The fingers were bent, not fixed like a dummy's. And the head wasn't perfectly still. It moved. Now, mind you, just a few inches, but that was enough for me to see that it wasn't a statue. Especially after I saw the thing blink. Every instinct I had told me to draw my firearm, but I didn't. I just started backing up toward the cruiser, keeping the light on it the whole time. It didn't move forward, it just turned its head and watched me. It tracked me as I moved. I finally got to the patrol car and got the door open. I lost sight of it for a half a second. The next time I aimed the light, the spot was empty. No sound of something moving, no branches breaking. I heard no footsteps. I heard nothing. I stayed in the car with the doors locked for a good 5 minutes, scanning the ditches and tree line. Finally, I just drove off, terrified and bewildered. I circled back 10 minutes later. The ground where that statue had been was soft from the mist, and you could see some weird-looking impressions like I've never seen before that or since that. They were big, deep, and they were shaped like paws, but with a heel behind them. I remember kneeling down with the light close and realizing they were in a straight line like how a person walks. And the depth into the ground, this thing had to weigh at least 500 pounds to make impressions that deep. I just got out of there and left it at that. I never filed any report on it. I mean, what else was I supposed to say? A week later, another deputy mentioned hearing a strange howl near that same stretch of Route 1. Said it sounded halfway between a man screaming and a dog being murdered. I didn't tell him what I'd seen. I didn't want that story following me through my retirement. I never really spoke about it since. I still drive that route sometimes. I have to when I visit my brother who lives down the coast. There's a curve right before the old service station where I always ease off the gas and glance at the trees. Especially if the fog rolls in, I'll catch myself gripping the steering wheel a little bit tighter than I intend to. Believe this, don't believe it. It makes no difference in my life whatsoever. But I do thank you for your time, and I appreciate what you're doing. Keep bringing the truth. An anonymous believer.
Reels. My real name is Denise, and yes, you can use it. I worked as a 911 dispatcher in southern Georgia for many years. I was good at it, too. You learn to separate emotion from duty, keep your voice level no matter what's coming through the headset. Fires, crashes, domestic calls, you name it. You do your job, log the details, move on to the next. But there are a handful of calls that still sit in the back of my mind like splinters, and they all come from the same stretch of road. The Satilla River Bridge off Highway 84. The first one was back in 2004. A man saying he'd nearly hit a man-sized animal. He sounded embarrassed even saying it. Marked it as a road hazard, and a deputy checked it out. There was nothing there. A month later, a woman called in, sobbing so hard I could barely understand her. She said something was down by the guardrail, and it was gray and tall with a dog's face. Same location, same wording. After that, I started noticing a pattern. Every few months, different callers, same description. They'd say things like it was walking like a person or it turned toward my headlights, always that bridge. When you work dispatch that long, you start recognizing voices. There was one regular trucker, we'll just call him Randall. He drove that route nearly every night. He was calm, always polite, called in for a stranded motorist sometimes. One night in 2009, his voice cracked over the radio. He said something big had stepped out in front of his truck, claimed it reached out like it was trying to grab his mirror or his door. He was shaken up so bad I could hear his voice trembling. I stayed on the line until another unit reached him. The deputy reported skid marks, his broken mirror glass, and there was some blood. But he found no animal, no tracks, nothing. After that, Randall started using a different route. He didn't say why, and I didn't bother asking. Over the years, the calls slowed down, maybe because folks got tired of being laughed at. But every now and then, someone new would call. Same bridge, they would give the same description. varying, very small details, but mostly the same. I stopped treating it like a joke. I'd still send an officer. Protocol's protocol. But I quit asking questions that made people feel stupid. In 2019, a young trooper I didn't recognize came by the comms office after his shift. He asked, casual as could be, if we'd ever gotten strange reports near that bridge. I asked him why he would ask that. He said he'd been driving through heavy rain when something ran across the road on two legs. He described the same details. I'd been hearing for 15 years. I told him, yeah, we'd had a few of those. He just nodded and left. Didn't even take his coffee with him. That's the last time anyone mentioned it around me. I retired 2 years after that. People like to ask if you missed a job when you retire. I tell them no, but that's not entirely true. What I don't miss is that particular sound on the phone. Silence. The silence you get after somebody sees something that their brain can't file anywhere. It's quiet, but you can hear the panic through it. One more detail before I end this. Sometimes I'll be driving and my radio will pick up static right around that stretch of 84. And I'll think about all those calls and the walking wolf. I always change the station before I hit the bridge. I'm not sure what that means, but I thought I would add it in as it's pretty strange. Thank you, Denise. For this email, just call me Rains. I worked as a park ranger between 2008 and 2013 in western Montana. I did a lot of trail inspections, campsite cleanup, paperwork that nobody reads. I kind of liked it that way. You spend enough time in the woods, you get used to how nature behaves. It follows patterns. It's predictable. I was raised old-fashioned, Baptist. My parents taught me that the world was made by God with order and sense, and that everything, no matter how strange, had a place in that order. I still believe that. But what I saw one spring evening upended that belief in a way I still haven't been able to patch back together sensibly. That year we'd had a heavy thaw. Creeks were spilling over, trails were washed out, and every ranger on staff was logging reports of mudslides and fallen trees. I was patrolling a section near Holland Lake just before dark. There were no campers that week. It was too early in the season, so it was quiet, except for the woodpecker somewhere off in the distance and the sound of runoff going through the rocks. I was about half mile from my truck when I noticed the first track. It was deep in the ground, about twice the size of my boot. It looked to me like a huge canine print, but with weight distributed differently. More pressure toward the back, like it came from something walking upright. I bent down to take a photo, then realized the line of tracks continued down the trail in a straight path, not side by side like a four-legged animal would leave. I followed them for about 50 yards until they veered off into the trees. I was debating whether to mark the coordinates when I caught the smell of wet fur mixed with something else, something rank, like the inside of a meat locker. Then I was bombarded by total silence. Not the peaceful kind. The kind that feels wrong. The birds cut off mid-chirp. Even the wind seemed to stop. There was a big log jam near the creek bed, and that's where I saw it. At first, it looked like a really huge bear standing on its back legs, pulling something from the pile. But bears don't have shoulders that wide or arms that skinny and long. The shape was leaned forward like it was going to fall on its face, Its fur was matted together, dark with water. I swear I saw hands, not paws, and they were gripping a fallen log and rolling it aside like it weighed nothing. My brain just could not make any sense of this. The light was starting to dip and the air was misty from the thaw. It turned just enough for me to see the side of its face. The muzzle was too long, the head was just too large. The eyes were set forward like a predator. I backed up, keeping my radio pressed to my chest, but I didn't key it. I couldn't. My throat felt locked. When it finally moved, it didn't move in my direction. It just straightened up, sniffed the air a few times, and walked off into the trees on two legs the entire time. I never saw this creature go down to all fours, not once. And I don't know if it matters, but as it was moving away, I did notice it had a bushy tail that went down toward the ground and then curved up right before it touched. It looked like a bushy wolf tail. I actually stood there until my knees started shaking. I don't even remember my drive back to the station. I just remember my supervisor asking why my hands were muddy and why I looked like I'd seen a ghost. I told him I'd slipped crossing a stream. That night, I opened my Bible. First time I'd done that in months. I wanted to find something to make sense of it, a verse that fit what I saw, but I haven't been able to find anything that makes sense to me. I thought about the verse in Job, things too wonderful for me which I knew not. I kept coming back to that line for weeks. I didn't file the report. I did, however, write it down in my personal field journal. Date, location, weather conditions, every detail I could remember. A month later, the entry was gone. I still have the notebook, but that page was torn clear out. I still can't explain that. I have no idea. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't tell my wife, not the other rangers. I kept showing up to work and doing my rounds like normal. I don't really understand how someone would have known I wrote that down. And even more so, even if they did, why would they take it? Anytime I find myself about to head off into the woods, I stop. I say a little prayer under my breath, not for safety, but for understanding. It's been over a decade, and I still don't have either one. Thank you, Reels. Rains. R.A. My full legal birth name is Carl Bishop. I'm 68 years old, and I've lived on the same stretch of land in Knox County, Ohio, my entire life. My grandparents raised me here, and they raised my father here before me. We've been running cattle on this property since the 50s. I was born and bred a practical man. I believe what I can see and touch, and if something spooks you in the woods, it's usually a fox, a raccoon, or your own nerves. That's what I used to tell my grandkids. When I was a boy, my grandmother used to tell stories about boogers. That's what she called them. Things that lived out past the fence lines and creek bottoms. She said they came out after dark looking for lost kids or injured animals. Her and my granddad said the stories weren't to scare us, but to keep us from wandering too far into the woods. I figured that's all they ever were. Old-fashioned bedtime warnings. But a few years back, something changed my mind on all of that and made me start wondering if maybe those old folks knew more than they let on. It was in the fall, a few years ago. It was 2017, right before the first frost. We'd lost 3 calves that month, all found dead in separate pastures. It leaned toward coyotes at first, but the kills just were very odd. I found no drag marks, no scattered bones, just bodies torn open,
clean down the middle like something went straight for the organs. Not typical behavior for coyotes. One night I decided I was going to sit out and see what was doing it. I took my flashlight and I had an old 30-30 lever action that belonged to my father. I parked the truck by the lower field and set up near the fence. It was cold enough I could see my breath, and the moon was bright enough to light the grass. Around 2 a.m, the cows started acting strange, shifting together, snorting, all looking towards the trees. I figured coyote or bear, so I clicked on my flashlight and started shining it in the trees. I saw something then. At first I thought it was a man standing back there. It was tall, covered in hair that looked to be a grayish-brown color under the light. This thing's shoulders were extremely wide, but it wasn't standing quite right. Its legs were bent backward, like a dog's, and its arms were hanging too low. The head looked like a wolf. It had a shorter snout, but the ears were very tall and pointed. When it turned, I could see the light of the eyes, and they were focused on me. They were a greenish, orange color, very strange reflection. It stepped out from the trees once it noticed that I saw it. It had to be no less than 30 yards into the open. The cows bunched up tight behind me. I could hear them. They were nervous. One was kicking at the dirt. I didn't move. I didn't raise my rifle. I just stood there. I could hear it. It was doing this controlled breathing. It wasn't panicked or nervous at all. It looked at the herd, then back at me, like it was deciding something. Then it lowered down to all fours, and I swear I thought I was about to have to fight for my life, and I wasn't liking my odds. I fired a shot into the air. It flinched a little, not like an animal scared of noise, but like something irritated. Then it turned and looked at me one last time and flashed its teeth and snapped its jaws. I could hear its teeth clank together. And it slowly turned after that and walked away. It rose back to 2 legs like that was the normal position. It slipped off into the woods without making a sound. The next morning I found a dead calf by the creek. The wounds were the same. I did what any rational person would do in this situation. I called the sheriff's office. Told them we might have a big predator loose, maybe a bear or something exotic that got out from someone's property. The deputy they sent was a young kid who looked like he'd never spent a night outside in his life. He took one look at the carcass, then at me, and said, "You sure it wasn't coyotes?" I told him coyotes don't walk upright and they don't cut clean. He smiled like I'd told him a joke and said, "I'll make a note of it." That's all they ever did. After that, I started locking the cattle in closer pens at night, keeping the floodlights on full. I didn't lose another one, but I heard things sometimes. I would hear something heavy, and I know what it was out in the tree line. It would make these low grunting sounds like something clearing its throat. I started thinking back to what my grandma used to say about critters that weren't supposed to be there but are. The older I get, the more I think she wasn't making it up. It's a very strange thing when the stories you thought were meant to protect you or scare you turn out to be warnings you didn't believe in time. I still go to church every Sunday, still read my Bible before bed. But I won't lie here. I think about that night more than I should. My pastor says not everything in this world is meant for us to understand. And maybe he's right. But I can tell you this much. There's something out there that walks like a man, but isn't one. If my grandma could see me now, she would be saying, "I told you so." She'd just tell me to stay out of the woods after dark. Thank you for bringing attention to this subject, young man. I applaud your efforts, and I hope something comes of this. I hope my encounter can help someone else maybe understand something that they went through. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Old Man Carl. Reels, I've been turning wrenches most of my adult life. Out here in Lyon County, Nevada, there's not much between towns except highway, desert, and a kind of quiet that can play tricks on your ears if you're not used to it. I never paid attention to the local stories, the shadow coyotes, the night watchers, all that talk the older folks pass around. I figured it was heat and isolation, boredom, getting to people's heads. My shop sits right off Highway 50, the old loneliest road in America. It's a tin building with one roll-up door, a gravel parking lot, and a faded Coke machine that actually still works if you kick it a few times. I usually close up by 6 p.m., but last March I stayed late finishing a customer's Ford Ranger. It was close to 9 when I finally shut the compressor off. The place went from roaring loud to absolutely still and nothing. I was coiling the air hose when something slammed hard against the bay door, hard enough to rattle the walls. I thought it had to be a drunk that veered off the road, so I grabbed a flashlight and made my way outside pretty quickly. It was moonless that night, and the flashlight barely cut through the dark at all. I didn't see a car. I didn't see a sign of anyone. It was just very silent, and I could swear it was so quiet I could almost hear my own blood moving through my body. Have you ever put yourself in a serious situation, and as soon as you do, you realize, I probably shouldn't be here, but it's too late, because you're already in that moment? Well, that's what happened to me. I looked over, still puzzled. Took a few steps toward the door. I was planning to look for dents when I heard the sound again. It wasn't a hit. This was a drag, like something heavy sliding, metal against metal from the other side of the door. I remember thinking that that's not possible. I had just been inside. I circled back through the side entrance. Still holding the flashlight, I had picked up a crescent wrench in the other hand. I was hit with a smell that reminded me of wet copper and something like skunk, but worse. It was almost a chemical smell. I saw some greasy smears on the inside of the bay door about shoulder height. They weren't fingerprints. More like the marks you'd see if a dog's paw were the size of a dinner plate and ended with sharp claws. The only thing I could think of that made any logical sense, and as silly as it is, what else could I think? I told myself it was some vandal kids that were using oil or tar. But the closer I started looking, the clearer it got. Whatever made those marks had some strength. The steel door was bent inward near the latch. I stepped back, realizing the sound I'd heard wasn't something hitting it. It was pulling at it. My flashlight picked up movement in the open office doorway behind me. It was a shape shifting from black to darker black. Then a set of amber eyes. The way a coal holds heat after the fire's gone out. That's what they reminded me of. It stepped out just enough into the light that my brain just refused to think at all. And I was unwilling to call it what it was. Now, I'm not sure about Dogman, Skinwalker, I don't know. To me, these things are werewolves. That's as plain as it can get. What else do you call
something like this. It was standing on two legs. It had to hunch to clear the frame, long arms nearly brushing the floor. The fur looked like it was wet or matted, like it had come up out of a ditch, like it had crawled out of some nasty pit. The snout was unmistakable, canine, 100%, but it was too big and it was too long, way too thick. The jaw slightly open, showing these back teeth that just aren't meant for tearing, they're meant for crushing. It started sniffing. My whole body froze. It just quit. It wouldn't move. All I could think was, it's real, over and over. The thing tilted its head the same way a dog does. It was like it could hear me thinking that in my head. The motion it made cracked the neck muscles loud enough that it echoed. After a few seconds, it felt like a lifetime. It turned, brushed the door frame with its shoulder, and was gone before I could even blink. I waited almost a full hour, sitting on the floor, before I worked up the nerve to leave. When I stepped outside, there were weird markings in the gravel. I can't really tell you. They were tracks. I don't really know what to call them. But I will tell you what they look like. It looked like a man's boot heel, but with claw tips pressed at the front. They led toward the desert and just stopped. No drag, no return. It's like it just vanished or it flew away. It makes no sense. I've worked at that shop another 8 months since that. I still can't explain any of the events or any of what I saw. But I will not work past dark altogether. Customers don't even know I won't take after dark drop-offs anymore. Folks around here talk about coyotes standing on hind legs near the old mining road. I just nod and change the subject. I used to think monsters were made up to scare kids out of wandering too far from home, or to keep them to following the rules. Now I know better. Some of them walk the same ground that we do. They just wait for the lights to go out to show themselves. Everyone, please stay safe when you're out and about. Always carry protection, no matter what it may be. Anything is better than nothing. Anonymous. Hello, Real Adventures. I'm a God-fearing man, and I do not fear many things on this earth. I've been a pastor in Mendocino County, California for over 15 years, driving back and forth through redwood country 3 nights a week between home and the little mission hall we rent out for the evening services. Those roads are narrow, winding, and thick with fog half the year, but I've always felt safe on them. God's world is beautiful, even in the dark. Sadly, that belief changed last February. It was close to 10 p.m. when I locked up the church. My wife had texted me asking if I'd pick up some milk, so I took the back route along Highway 20 toward Willits. I'd done it many times before. I had the radio on, and I rounded a bend and saw something in the headlights kneeling in the drainage ditch. I slowed down, not wanting to hit something or push an animal out in the road that would be struck by another car. It wasn't an animal, or at least, in my mind, it's not an animal. I'll give you one word. Evil. Whatever you call it, or whatever it is, it stood up. Not quickly. It was standing slowly as if it was testing or gaining its balance. It rose until its head cleared the hood of my truck. Its eyes caught the headlights and were a bright orange, fiery color. They were reflecting like they belonged to an animal, but fixed on me. The rest of it was lean and tall. It was covered in what looked like mud-dark fur. It had a long snout, muzzle open just enough that I could see teeth glinting. For a second I thought, could this be a bear? That is, until it stepped onto the road, completely upright, full height. Its shoulders were narrow, its hips were wrong. One arm swung low. It had fingers that were tipped with claws that almost scraped the asphalt. It crossed right in front of me, and I'll never be able to get those sounds out of my head. My hands were both locked on the wheel, but I wasn't thinking of taking off. I was praying. I just remember over and over in my head, Lord, deliver me from evil. I kept saying it over and over. The creature stopped mid-step and turned its head and looked at me as if it could hear me. That single motion drained every bit of air from the cab. I couldn't move. After about 5 seconds, it felt longer than that. It lowered itself back into the ditch and was gone into the trees. I just sit there. My faith has been tested before. Illness, loss, doubt, we all know, but never nothing like that. The world I thought I understood suddenly felt bigger and colder and more evil, full of things that don't fit Scripture. For weeks after that, I reread passages about the beasts of the earth and angels who took strange forms. I told no one except my wife. She thinks I saw a bear, and maybe that's a lot easier to believe. I think these creatures are tied or related to the Nephilim, but that's a story for another day. I know what a bear looks like. And I know what I saw that night was listening when I was praying. It shouldn't have understood me. It shouldn't have been able to hear me. But I felt it did. I know it did. I still preach. I still drive that same road twice a week. I keep the cab light on sometimes. I leave the radio off. I like to listen. I like to hear the whispers of the redwoods overhead. Every time I pass through there, I always look at that same spot in that drainage ditch, and I thank God quietly every time that it's empty. If that thing ever comes out and looks at me again, I'm not sure my faith or my heart could take it twice. I pray for everyone hearing this, and I pray that you never see such evil on this earth. God bless you all. Hello, Reels. My name is Lana, and I live about 15 minutes outside of Custer, South Dakota. I've been here my whole life. I love it here. The people mind their business. The Black Hills rise just beyond our back pasture, thick with pine and granite. My husband works construction, and I homeschool our boy, Jesse. He's 9 years old. The thing that happened last fall, I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself. And the hardest part for me is to admit that my son tried to warn me weeks before I ever took him seriously. I'll stop here for a brief pause. I've heard it so many times. People that won't listen to their kids when they tell them they saw something strange or something scared them. This is not a joke. I urge you, if your kid is telling you something, listen. It started with Jesse saying he saw the big dog at night near the trees. I thought maybe a neighbor's dog had gotten loose. Then he started saying the dog stood up.
He said it watched him from behind the old windmill in the yard, standing like a person. He said its eyes were bright yellow, and it never blinked. I scolded him a bit for making up stories and told him to stop trying to scare me. He stopped talking about it after that, but I'd noticed him staring out the window after dark, scared to even go outside. I can't express to you the amount of guilt that I feel now. It will never happen again. That's why I urge people, listen to your children. They know more than you think. Anyway, the night everything changed was in mid-October. My husband was away on a job, and it was just me and Jesse. I was folding laundry when I heard him whispering in the living room. I thought he was talking to the dog until I remembered our lab had been put down months before. I stepped out and asked who he was talking to. He said, "He's back, Mama. Don't look outside." And of course I looked, because I was still in the stop telling lies mode. The lights over the back porch had turned on. They were shining across the yard toward the shed. Right on the edge of that light was something I can only describe as a nightmare-given shape. It was crouched with one hand flat on the ground and the other gripping the side of the shed door. The arm was too long. The leg was bent wrong. When it lifted its head, the light caught what looked like a werewolf shape in the dark. This thing looked like it was sopping, dripping wet, like it just came out of the creek, which it could have. The eyes weren't glowing. They were this weird shape, almost human, and they had this awareness behind them that I cannot describe through an email, or words for that matter. It didn't move in our direction. It just stayed low and turned its head slightly. I could see its chest moving, so I know it was a living, breathing thing. It straightened up, tall as a door frame, and took one step back into the dark like it was leaving. I pulled the curtains, locked all the doors, and sat on the floor with Jesse for half the night. He didn't cry. He just kept saying, "Now you know." He kept saying, "I told you." I don't know what I saw. I've quit trying to reason it away. It's not possible. I had the sheriff's office come by the next morning, but they said they didn't see any tracks. There was nothing there. I didn't expect them to, really. I don't think things like that leave behind the kind of evidence people can take photos of. The worst part is how small this house feels now. I used to love the sound of wind moving through the trees out back. Now when it happens, I turn the TV up, or start humming to drown it out. I can't get rid of the feeling that it remembers me looking out that window. It's like I'm connected to it now in some way. Like if it's near, I can feel it. Or at least, I think I can feel it. I hope it's just paranoia, or my mind. Every now and then, I'll catch Jesse glancing toward the porch light when it clicks on for no reason. He doesn't say anything about it anymore, and neither do I. But deep down we both know that whatever he saw first, whatever we saw that night, didn't just walk away. It knows where we live, and I think that it lives close by as well. I think that it will be back. I have that weird feeling in my gut. All I can do is protect myself and my son, and wait and see what happens. And yes, my husband is aware. We have guns, and we do know how to use them. If anything else ever happens, I will update you here. Thank you, Reels. Lana. Hello, buddy. Now, I'm sure that people that listen to your channel and others, they probably think, man, there's a lot of encounters that happen to truck drivers. Now let me tell you this, you haven't heard a single percentage of the stories that are out there. A lot of these guys refuse to talk about some of the things they've seen out there. Now, I've been driving a rig since '98, and I've seen just about everything that can end up on a highway. I've actually seen drunks dancing in the road wearing nothing but bathrobes. I mean, if you want to talk crazy stuff, we can have a conversation. Anyway, this email isn't about that. But I can say nothing really surprises or shakes me at all anymore. I've seen the worst of the worst. Or at least I had until that night on US 14 heading east out of Shell, Wyoming. It was September, about 2 in the morning. I was hauling feed grain out toward Gillette. I was running caffeine, country radio, and sheer stubbornness. I don't stop for much at night except coffee or flashing blue lights. But I saw something in my headlights lying across the lane that looked like a ginormous dog, or the biggest coyote on earth. I'm an animal guy, and I don't believe in werewolves. Well, I didn't at the time, so I slowed down. I figured I'd check it, and maybe I could help it, or at least get it off the road. I parked on the shoulder, turned the hazards on, grabbed a flashlight, and started walking up front. The wind out there at night cuts right through you. It's got attitude. I was mumbling something to myself. I'm not sure what it was, but it was probably something not good. The thing twitched as I got close to it. And as I got close to it, I noticed how big it actually was and how weird it looked. When it twitched, I jumped about 3 feet back like a house cat and said something else that I won't repeat here. The beam hit it square, except it wasn't a dog. Not unless they started breeding them 6 feet long with shoulders like a football player. The head lifted slow like it weighed too much, and it looked right at me. The eyes weren't shining from the flashlight, they were lit up from inside the skull. Amber, orange, steady as my hazard lights. Right then and there, in the middle of the road, with my life possibly on the line, my brain started arguing with itself. Part of me said, "It's a bear, it's just messed up." The other part said, "Bears don't have hands, you fool." Because this thing did, and it stood. I saw its claws curl around the edge of the asphalt. It rose on 2 legs. It was hunched, but still tall enough to make my trailer reflectors look low. I remember thinking, I'm about to get murdered by a Disney werewolf in the middle of Wyoming. Humor helps sometimes, right? I backed up real slow, trying not to make sudden moves, and out loud I said, "Hey, big fella, you win, you get the road, I'm just borrowing it." It tilted its head like it understood me. The sound that it made next, it was a low humming sound, almost like it was irritated I'd interrupted dinner. There was something dead in the grass behind it, a deer, I think. It was so mangled I can't really be sure. It turned, hunched back over, and tore into the carcass with a noise like wet towels being ripped. I didn't stick around to critique his table manners. I was in the cab faster than I've ever moved in my life. I nearly stripped third gear getting back on the road. Halfway to Gray Bull, I caught myself laughing, and not the good kind of laugh, the half-crazy kind where your brain's still playing catch-up. I remember thinking, well, I guess I finally met the Wyoming Welcome Committee. Now, I don't talk about this or tell this to many people. I was hesitant to do this for a long time, but you've had a few truckers come forward and I'm not going to give my name, so what's the harm? Truck stops are full of talkers, and I'm not looking to be one of those guys. But I did go back through that stretch once during the day just to see if maybe it was a bear. Nothing was out of place. I didn't see any tracks, no sign of a bear, no blood, no anything. These days I keep my deliveries daytime only. When I see something lying on the road at night, I give it a wide berth. I figure whatever it is can finish napping in peace. If it needs roadside assistance, it can call AAA like the rest of us. Thanks, bud. Anonymous. Reels. I grew up in northwestern Connecticut, in a town so small it didn't even have a proper main street. Around here you hear old stories about woodsmen and dark walkers. My grandfather used to swear the stone walls that run through the forest were built to keep more than cattle in. He'd laugh when he said it, but his eyes told a different story. I started hunting when I was a teenager, mostly deer, sometimes turkey. I've spent more mornings in those hills than I can count. I know what black bear scat looks like, what bobcats sound like. Nothing surprises me out there. Last November I went out before dawn, parked off a dirt pull-off near Mohawk State Forest. Frost covering everything. Air sharp enough to bite your lungs. It was cold as hell. I hiked in about 1.5 miles and set up near an old stone wall that's been crumbling since Washington crossed the Delaware. I was still waiting for daylight when the woods went quiet. Not calm quiet. It's like everything just shut off. It almost, in logical sense, would have had to been some type of predator moving through, maybe a bear. So I just stayed still, sit back and waited to see what walked out. A minute later, I heard footsteps, and it wasn't 4 feet. Padding, but 2, heavy, uneven. It was crunching over leaves, and it was moving slow, but keeping a steady rhythm and pace. I flipped the safety off my rifle just in case. As soon as I did that, the steps came to a stop behind the stone wall. Now this was a good 20 to 30 yards away. I don't understand how something could hear a safety click from that far off. Now this thing, it knew instantly. It knew exactly where I was, and it didn't care. I whispered a soft hey loud enough that whatever's there could hear me clearly. I was hoping that I would hear another hunter's voice speak up as they were sneaking through. I didn't hear that. I heard this heavy breathing for a couple seconds, and then it stopped. It was almost like something was excited. I raised my rifle just enough to look over the top of that wall. Something tall was standing between 2 trees, I'd say 7, maybe 8 feet tall. It was covered head to toe in dark brown, slick fur. It looked thick, but it wasn't shaggy. It had a long, wolf-like snout, pointed ears like a shepherd, and its hands were braced against the tree like it was leaning, watching me. The legs weren't right. They were too long below the knee and bent the wrong way. I don't really remember any color to the eyes or anything glowing, but I do remember they were huge, and they were looking at me. That's all I can remember about the eyes. My first thought was not fear. It was frustration. My brain told me that's impossible. That's not real. I blinked, looked again, and it had shifted behind another tree like it didn't want full view. I could hear it scraping its claws against the bark. That's when the adrenaline kicked in, hard enough to make my teeth hurt. I didn't shoot. I couldn't. Something about it told me that would be a huge mistake. It didn't
move much, or it didn't back off. In the beginning, it just waited. After a few seconds, a crow screamed from somewhere overhead, and the sound broke whatever spell we were both under. It turned and ran downhill on two legs. I remember seeing those long arms swinging. It was so fast that I could barely keep up with its movements. I didn't think, I just packed up. I was half stumbling back to the truck, and by the time I made it to the road, the sun was high enough that I almost felt silly. Like maybe I'd just let the dark scare me and I was seeing things that wasn't real. But the feeling in my gut never faded, and it still hasn't to this day. These days I stick to fishing. My buddies tease me, say I'm going soft. I just tell them the woods got too crowded for me. I never told them what really happened and what I really saw out there, because I know what they'd say. I know what I would say if one of them told me that story. It's the same thing I used to say, actually, when I'd hear the old folks talk about those dark walkers in the forest, as they called them. You've been out there too long. Maybe. But not long enough to forget the sound of a dogman breathing. It's something you won't forget. Anton. I'm not going to give a whole lot of information here. You'll understand once I get into it. I've been with the fire department here in Lincoln County, Oregon, for quite a few years. We handle everything from brush fires to car wrecks to the occasional lost hiker. People think it's all adrenaline and being a hero, but truth is, most of the time it's a buttload of paperwork and even more boredom. You do it because you care about your neighbors, not because you expect to see anything out of a movie. One night last March, we got a dispatch call that came in around 11:40 p.m. A woman outside Waldport reported hearing screams near her property line, said it might be a car wreck down in the timber. The sheriff's unit was tied up, so they asked if we could check it. I was lead that night, so I took the rescue truck with one other guy. A rookie, we'll call him Ben. We drove about 5 miles up the old road, and it dead-ended near a stand of spruce and alder. No lights, no sound except the ocean wind. We called out, thinking maybe someone had fallen. Then, as clear as day, we both heard a noise from down the slope. Not a human scream, but long and low, raising at the end like it came out of a chest, too big to actually exist. I remember Ben asking, "Is that an elk?" I said, "If it's an elk, buddy, it needs an exorcism." We hiked down with flashlights, careful on the wet ground. About 50, 60 yards in, I found a shredded backpack, caught on a stump. The straps were torn. Luckily, I didn't see any blood. There was no ID. We radioed it in, and while we were waiting, something started moving in the trees ahead of us. It was moving slowly at first and started speeding up, getting faster, circling us. You can tell when something's on 4 legs by how it sounds. This was not. It had rhythm. Step, step, pause. Step, step, pause. Like it was pacing us. I even called out at one point, "Search and rescue. Call out." And the reply came. Not an echo. Not a person. It repeated the rhythm of my voice, just lower, like it was trying to copy me. That's when the air felt really heavy. I could feel Ben inch closer behind me. I could see his flashlight shaking across the trees. Something was standing just inside the fog, and it was tall enough that I could only see the outline of shoulders and a head with ears pointed up. The light hit its face, and that 1 second that it lasted was 1 second too long. It had eyes like hot coals, buried in ash, dull red, not glowing bright, but alive. The skin around the snout looked pulled tight, and the fur was soaked like it had come straight out of the river. Its breath was coming out in plumes, but there was no sound. I didn't hear any growling. I didn't have to. Everything in me knew that if I moved wrong, we were both dead. I told Ben. I whispered, actually, for him to back up slowly. We made it 10 feet before the thing stepped forward in our direction. But that one stride took it halfway into the light. The claws on this thing's hands, I don't even want to attempt to type it out or guess how big they were. Just know that they were big enough to rip into a human and possibly tear them in pieces. For whatever reason, it stopped and just stood there, breathing. I don't know if it lost interest or if it decided to let us go, but it never chased us. We got to the truck and took off. The sheriff's deputy showed up an hour later and said they didn't find anything. Nothing, no missing person. We filed our report as unconfirmed animal sighting, and that's as far as it went. I don't know whatever happened with the backpack we found, but nothing ever came of it, and there was nothing in it to ID anyone, and there was no missing persons report, so we just assumed someone lost it or the wildlife had dragged it off into the forest. Now, I've fought wildfires that burned half the ridge. I've pulled people out of twisted cars that didn't look like anyone could have survived. I've carried a body out of a house that didn't make it through the night. But nothing I've ever done compares to looking into those eyes and realizing there's something out there that doesn't fit in our world. Before that night, if you'd told me monsters were real, I would have called you a nut job and probably laughed. I'm a man of reason and training, not campfire stories. But now every time I hear the siren go off and grab my gear, there's a part deep inside of me that wonders what's waiting out there this time, and whether the next call will remind me all over again that I've already met one of these things. They are out there, and they don't care if you believe in them or not. Keep that in mind when you're out in the woods. Anonymous. I don't feel as though my name is really important for this. I grew up in Greenbrier County, out near a little place called Meadow Bluff. Folks from around here know Carter Creek Bridge. It's a one-lane bridge that rattles when you drive across it. Your headlights barely cover the bridge before the darkness swallows everything again. Our dad used to tell us a story about that bridge when we were kids. He said one night back in the late 70s, driving home from his job, he saw a man-sized wolf standing in the creek bed. Said it turned its head and watched his truck go over the bridge. He could see its eyes shining in the dark like coals. We always chalked it up to him being tired or having a few drinks after work. Or, the most likely option was he was pulling our chain. Anyway, dear old Dad passed away in 2018. About a year later, my brother and I decided to take a drive out there, mostly for laughs. We were both in our 30s, families of our own, just curious. The bridge hadn't changed much. The guardrails were still rusted. There were giant potholes leading up to it. The same echoing noises when your tires hit the metal grate. We parked on the far side where the road widens into a gravel pull-off. It was early in the evening, but the light was still fading. Air was humid and heavy. You could smell the creek. My brother pulled out his phone, started recording a goofy video about Dad's werewolf. We were both laughing, tossing rocks into the water.
Just remembering our dad, I suppose. Then, mid-laugh, we both heard something splash from down under the bridge. Now, this isn't the kind of splash that a fish makes. It's something much heavier. Sounded like a human stepping off a rock into shallow water. We stopped moving and started listening. A few seconds pass and we're hit with another sound, low and throaty like an animal, growling almost through its nose with its mouth closed. My brother turned on the flashlight and pointed it toward the creek bank. The light hit something moving and it slipped between two willows so fast we couldn't tell what it was, but we could tell that it was moving on two legs and not four. This was the moment that we both looked at each other. No more jokes after that. The air suddenly felt thicker, like the woods themselves were listening and watching us. We got in the truck and left, telling ourselves it was just an animal, or there was someone fishing down there and we spooked them. About an hour later, we checked into a small roadside motel outside Raynell. It's a cheap place, but clean enough. We both sat there for a while scrolling through our phones, not speaking about what we thought we saw. Finally, we turned the lights out and tried to sleep. Sometime early, I'm guessing 2 or 3 a.m., I woke up to a sound outside the window. It was a soft scraping on metal followed by a deep, slow breathing. It was vibrating in my chest when I heard it. I eased the curtain back just a little. The parking lot light was dim, but I could see the back of my truck. Something absolutely huge was standing right behind it. It had one hand up on my tailgate. Its head was tilted, sniffing along the truck bed. The shape of it was like a mixture of two animals that I'm sure you probably guessed. This thing looked like a human-shaped body, but its head was huge and was shaped like a wolf or a dog. It was tall, it was broad, and its legs bent backward just slightly at the joints. I blinked and it turned. The light hit its face, and I could see it was covered in dark fur, except for on the chest, upper legs, stomach, and bicep areas. Everywhere else was completely covered, but these areas I could see skin, a grayish, leathery, cracked skin. I clearly saw the long snout. I saw the eyes glowing a yellowish glare. It started moving quickly, and it got down low to the ground. It disappeared behind the next row of cars like it was gliding on wheels. My brother moved a little bit when he heard me whisper his name. We stayed still, kept watching and listening. Whatever it was circled the building, once completely around. I could hear tapping on the pavement, and it would go quiet for a second. At first light, we went out. Now, neither of us spoke or said the word Dogman, but we both knew. That's what our dad had described all those years ago. Maybe it followed us back from that bridge, or maybe it had never left that stretch of Carter Creek and just decided to remind us that he'd been telling the truth. I have no desire, or my brother don't either, to go back snooping around that bridge anymore. Now that we know my dad wasn't crazy and wasn't telling lies. My brother swears he sold that truck partly because of a handprint that he found on it and it would not wash off. Thanks, Reels. Hope you can use this. Anonymous. Hello, Reels. My encounter story is from a few years back in central Minnesota, right outside of St. Cloud. I'm a widow in my 60s. I've been on the same property for going on 30 years. I live on about 5 acres, and it's surrounded by woods and cornfields. This
property, you can go days without hearing a car if you don't turn on the highway. My neighbors to the west of me, we'll just call them the Petersons, they had this big old German shepherd named Duke. He was such a sweet dog. Always used to wander over to my side of the fence when I was gardening. I'd give him a biscuit or scratch behind his ears, and he'd flop over for a belly rub. Wonderful dog. You could tell he was getting old. He was gray around the muzzle, slower moving. One night, early November, Duke went missing. The Petersons looked for him for days. They figured maybe he'd wandered off to pass peacefully somewhere, like old dogs sometimes do. It made me pretty sad, but I didn't think much more about it. A few weeks later, I started hearing something outside late at night. At first, it sounded just like Duke pacing by the fence again. You could hear the soft thump of the paws in the dirt, the breathing, even the way he used to huff when he wanted a treat. I'd go to the window and see nothing but darkness. One evening, just before bedtime, I stepped onto the porch with a flashlight. The motion light came on and something big moved just outside of its range. I couldn't see many details, just a solid shape. It was something tall, very wide, and it was standing really high off the ground, way too tall to be a dog. I still didn't know what to think, so I just yelled out, "Duke, is that you, boy?" This creature froze, and I could feel it looking at me even though I couldn't see it. My stomach just got this sick feeling. Whatever it was, I knew right then and there it was not Duke. It took a weird, jerky step forward into the light. It did it just enough for me to see the outline of its face and its head. It was canine, but not right. Its face was too long, its ears were pointed like a wolf's, its shoulders were far higher than any dog I've ever seen. I could hear a deep rumbling growl emitting from it. It was low enough that I felt it vibrate my body. My hand shook, instantly, so bad that I couldn't hold the flashlight steady anymore. I watched it blink, and that's when I noticed how bright the eyes were and how yellow and how they were glowing like a predator's. I'm not very quick these days, but I stumbled back inside as fast as I could and locked the door, even though that really wouldn't have helped me much if it really wanted in. I remember my heart was beating so hard, I felt like I was going to pass out. From inside, I could still hear it moving along that fence. It was walking slow, but they were heavy steps. It let out this sound that was mixed with a snarl, a grunt, and almost like a cough, and then everything just went quiet. After that silence, I stayed awake listening for about an hour, and I didn't hear anything else, so I decided to go try to sleep. A few days later, Mr. Peterson came by. He told me they'd found Duke's collar. It was about a half-mile from their place near the back pasture. It was torn clean in half like something ripped it off of him. I didn't tell him about what I saw. I just nodded and said how sorry I was. Since then, I keep the porch light on every single night. I don't go out after dark anymore unless I absolutely have to. Whatever these things are, it's definitely not a coyote or a bear. It wasn't Duke, either. It was standing where Duke used to stand, like it remembered there was food here. Or maybe it remembered me. I've lived a long time out here, Reels, and I know the sounds of this land. That night I realized there are things in these woods that aren't supposed to be here, and they're smart enough to act like they belong. Name withheld. Minnesota. I've been driving a school bus for almost 20 years now.
all on the same back roads around Windsor County, Vermont. Out here, the routes twist through miles of forest and farmland, sometimes with whole stretches where you won't see a single house for 10 minutes. It was in the fall, I'm thinking late fall, when this happened. It was right before the snow starts, but after the mornings turn bitter cold. I had the early shift picking up the high school kids before sunrise. The bus garage sits just outside of town, and from there I drive 15 miles of winding rural road before the first stop. That morning it just felt darker than usual. There were thick, heavy clouds, the moon was nowhere to be seen, and there was a layer of frost on the ground that you could hear crunch under your boots. About halfway through my route, I came up on a narrow section where the road dips down beside a small stream. There's no guardrail there, just trees and water below. My headlights hit something moving by the edge. It looked like something knelt down low near a mailbox, like it was trying to hide. Or maybe ambush, I don't know. I slowed down, and I thought a deer or someone's dog was gonna run in front of me and get hit. As I got closer, it turned toward me. I'll never forget the shape of that head, that snout, those ears, those orange eyes. It rose up onto two legs, just like a person would. It was at least 7 to 8 feet tall, and if I had to guess, every bit of 250 to 300 pounds. I froze halfway through hitting the brakes. I could not process what I was seeing. It was like a wolf stuck onto a huge man's body. For a second it just stood there in the middle of the road. I remember seeing its breath. Then out of nowhere it just turns, took 2 fast steps, and was gone into the woods. When I finally got to my first pickup where my hands were still shaking, one of the kids even asked if I was okay because I was pale as chalk. I told them I just hit some black ice back there, but the truth is I could barely focus the rest of the route. That night I just continued to replay it over and over. I still do occasionally, but not as much as I did in the beginning. Every part of me wants to believe I saw some weird illusion or trick of the light. Maybe it was a bear and I saw it wrong. Something logical, anything. But there's no way. The way that thing moved, the smooth, upright, and fast movements, that's not like anything natural. I didn't tell anyone for a while. People already joke about night drivers seeing weird things. But something changed in me after that. For years I'd been scared of a lot of things, driving icy roads, breaking down alone, being out here in the dark. Now, I don't scare as easily. I figured if I could face something like that and still show up for work the next morning, there's not much left that can shake me. I still drive. Every now and then, I'll slow down when I pass that same bend. It's not because of fear. I'm not really afraid. It's just a reminder, a reflex. You don't always get to choose when fear finds you, but you can sure as hell choose how you handle it. I hope this helps someone else. Don't let fear run your life. Name withheld. Vermont. Hello, Reels. You can call me Casey. My dad ran a small farm about 30 miles outside of Grand Island, Nebraska. It was a couple dozen acres and some cows and an old red barn that was in decent shape, but it was a bit leaned on one side. When he passed away in 2019, I was the one who moved back home to settle things. My brothers lived out of state, and truth be told, I didn't mind being back out in the open again. I'd forgotten how quiet it gets out here. At night, all you hear is the wind through the fields and the occasional lowing from the cattle. It's peaceful, or at least it used to be, before all this. The first few weeks back, everything was fine. I spent my days cleaning out the barn and patching fences and going through Dad's old tools. He always told stories about odd things that happened over the years. Massive calves, strange tracks near the creek, coyotes that didn't sound quite right. I just told myself it was small town superstition. One night in early October, I woke up to the sound of the cows. Not just one or two of them were bawling, the whole herd was losing it. It was loud enough that it was rattling the windows. I grabbed a flashlight, grabbed my boots, and all I had was a .22 rifle. The moon was bright enough that I didn't need much light. As soon as I stepped outside, I caught a whiff of something foul. I can't describe the smell. I know some people say wet fur mixed with this or that, but to me this just smelled like straight decay. The cattle were bunched up on the far side of the pen, staring at the woods behind the barn. I turned the flashlight in that direction, and I froze on the spot. There was definitely something standing outside the fence line. It was tall, about 7 feet, and it wasn't shaped right at all. The shoulders were very broad, its arms were skinny and long, gangly. The fur shimmered almost black. It was hunched over slightly, one hand on the ground and the other on the top of the fence post. When the light hit its face, the eyes were a deep amber color, and I expected it to move when I shined the light on it, but it didn't. It just stared back at me. I should have run inside, but something in me snapped the other direction. Maybe it was anger or just shock, but I lifted that little .22 and screamed, telling it to get out of here. It just blinked and looked at me and took one slow step back. I shot once into the ground about a foot in front of it, just a warning shot. I grew up shooting guns. I'm pretty good with a rifle. I didn't want to hit it, or I would have. The sound of that little rifle didn't do much. It didn't growl, though, or try to charge me. It did turn, got down low on all fours, and moved into the corn like smoke disappearing in wind. The silence afterward was the worst part. The cattle finally calmed down, but I stood there, holding that flashlight, expecting it to come back out, but praise God it didn't. I didn't sleep much, but the next morning I made a decision. I was not selling the place. I wasn't running either. Dad always said you don't own land like this, you just look after it, the way it looks after you. So I reinforced the gates, started keeping a real rifle by the door, and set up motion lights all around the property, including around the barn. It's been 2 years since that night. Sometimes the lights go off for no reason, and I'll hear a noise near the trees that sounds heavy, too heavy for a deer. But I don't scare like I used to. I'll stand my ground. That night showed me something about myself, and maybe about my dad, too. He must have seen that thing before, maybe more than once, but he stayed. Now I understand why. Sometimes courage isn't running toward danger, it's standing your ground long enough to prove that it doesn't own you. Hopefully someone can take something from this that can help them deal with their trauma or fear. Name withheld. Nebraska. Reels. I guided hunts for almost 15 years in Montana, mostly elk and mule deer around the Little Belt Mountains. I quit after what happened in 2021. I still can't explain it, and honestly, I don't talk about it much anymore because I don't want people thinking that I've lost it. It was early November late in the season. I was guiding a man from Texas. Nice enough fella, but pretty green. You could tell right away he didn't know how to move quiet. We were camped about 4 miles from the main trail near a creek that always had fresh sign. The first couple days went by uneventful. Cold mornings, quiet woods, hardly any movement. The third morning, however, just before sunrise, I woke up to the horses fussing. They weren't panicking, but they were restless, snorting and shifting around. I had seen this before, and usually it means there's a bear nearby, so I got out of the tent and grabbed my rifle. It was still dark out, probably 5:30. There was frost everywhere, and I didn't see anything, not at first. But I could smell something that I couldn't place. Something was off. It was a musky smell, and it wasn't a bear, not an elk. This was something else I had never smelled before. About 20 minutes passed, and my client crawled out, rubbing his eyes. We saddled up and headed toward a ridge where I'd seen deer moving earlier that week. Everything was quiet. Too quiet for that time of morning. There was no birds. Very unusual. We were halfway up when I noticed a feeling like we were being watched. I don't ignore those feelings because I've learned to hone those in. I know when I'm being watched. It's not just a feeling for me, it's a fact. When you spend a lot of time out in the wild, you know the difference between nerves and the real deal. We were both in danger, and I knew it. I stopped and told the guy to hold up. He asked what was wrong, and I said, "I don't know, but keep your rifle ready." He laughed a little and asked me if I thought we're going to get ambushed trying to make a joke. But he stopped joking when he saw I wasn't laughing. Not 30 seconds later, there was a sound up on the slope above us, like something walking across dry leaves on 2 legs, not 4. I grabbed the binoculars and swung them up, but I couldn't see anything. We both heard it again, and it was much closer the second time. After the second noise, 5 seconds maybe tops passed, and it let out a growl that didn't sound like anything I've ever heard in the woods. It sounded something more like you would hear in a horror movie. The horses started backing up. They flattened their ears. My client started to say something, but before he finished, this thing broke out from behind a cluster of spruce, maybe 40 yards away. At first glance, I thought it was a bear standing up, but it wasn't. It moved like a human, just a lot faster and a lot smoother. It was big, dark brown fur, long arms and a head like a wolf or a German shepherd, but much bigger, and it was more narrow. The teeth were visible even with its mouth partly open. The man from Texas fired before I could stop him. 1 shot. The thing didn't fall. It flinched and let out a sound I'll never be able to forget. It was a mixture of a growl and a scream. I just got chills thinking about it. It bolted uphill so fast the trees seemed to shake around it. After that, the woods just went silent again. We sat there for maybe a minute, just dumbstruck and not speaking. I finally told him, "We are getting out of here. We gotta head back to camp." That night, needless to say, neither of us slept. Around midnight, we heard movement in the trees beyond the horses. Wasn't loud like earlier. This was something pacing a lot softer. I just sat there with my rifle and waited. I was willing to do whatever I had to stay alive, but I was praying that I wouldn't have to. Finally, the sun came up. We broke camp and we left immediately. I told him not to mention what we saw to anyone, just that we had weather issues. He agreed. He kept asking me over and over
What the hell was that? I had no answers then, and I don't have any now. That was the last trip I ever guided. I still do go out sometimes, but only alone, and only for short hikes. It's one thing for me to put myself in danger, but I'm not comfortable with taking someone else and putting them in danger as well. And now that I know what's out there, I'm not willing to take the chance. People always assume that when you're afraid, it means you run. That's not what it was for me. I wasn't afraid of dying. I was afraid of realizing how little we really know about what's out there, and that maybe the woods don't belong to us after all. Jay, Montana.
Hello, Reels. I drive one of those little postal route trucks out here in central Nebraska. I've got about 60 miles of gravel and back roads I cover every day. It's a lot of farmland, a few small towns here and there, endless cattle, not much else. This happened around early February of 2019. It was one of those mornings where it's still dark out, but when you start the route, the temperature was sitting right around 10 degrees. The snow from the week before had frozen solid. The road shoulders were like slabs of ice. There's this one stretch out past Broken Bow that always creeped me out a little. There's an old irrigation ditch that runs parallel to the road for a few miles. It's deep enough that you can't see the bottom unless you're standing almost on the edge. I'd usually pass it before sunrise. The first time I noticed something weird, it was just a shadow. I came around a bend and saw what looked like a person crouched down by the ditch. My headlights hit it for only a few seconds. It was dark, but it looked too wide in the shoulders to be a person, and it didn't seem to move. I figured maybe it was a trash bag or dead animal frozen in the ditch. The next morning, the same spot, the same shape. I slowed down, expecting to see something obvious this time, but it moved just a little, a very small movement, like someone adjusting their weight. I slammed on the brakes and my truck slid a little. When I looked again, it was gone. Now, mind you, I drive that route 6 days a week, so when something stands out, you can bet I notice. For the next few mornings, I caught myself watching that ditch before I even got near it. The 5th day, it wasn't crouched anymore. It was standing beside the road. I hit the high beams, and that's when I saw eyes reflecting back at me. They stayed fixed, bright, and very high off the ground. I'm not great with measurements, but it had to be 7 feet. It didn't flinch or run away. It just stood there until I passed it. My chest was very tight, like I'd been holding my breath the whole time, which I could have been and didn't even notice. I watched the mirrors for as long as I could, but there was nothing behind me after that. A few days later, my route got changed up because of icy conditions, so I didn't drive that road again for about a week. When I finally did, I stopped where I'd seen it and got out. The snow was packed down with old tire ruts, but off the side of the road were prints in the frozen layer. They were spaced too far apart to be a man's stride. They went right down into the ditch. I've been on that route for 6 years now. I still don't like that stretch. Even when the sun's up, I catch myself speeding a little through there. You can use my name if you want. If you read this, that is. I'm not saying it was anything supernatural, but it definitely had the shape of what you call a dogman. And I know exactly the thing I saw was real. It was there. It wasn't a deer. It wasn't a bear. I can't explain it. Cliff, Nebraska. Hello, Reels. My name is Noah, and I grew up in western North Carolina, not far from a little town called Morganton. Back when I was 17, me and a friend, we'll just call him L, used to skip the last class of the day and go hang out by this old concrete bridge that crossed a shallow creek a few miles out of town. It wasn't much of a hangout spot, but it was hidden and it was quiet. There were old beer cans under there, graffiti all over the walls, and that musty smell of wet moss. We were just a few of many high school kids that go down there just to get away and hide from everything. It was the year 2004. It was sometime in October, maybe mid-October. The air had that cold, smoky feel from people burning leaves. We were sitting on the edge of the bridge, our legs dangling, just talking about dumb stuff, I'd imagine. I had a bag of chips with me, and I remember dropping one. It fell through a gap in the concrete and down into the darkness underneath. I started hearing a snorting sound like a dog. Elle froze and said, "Did you hear that?" We both leaned over the edge and tried to see underneath the bridge, but it was just too dark. We couldn't see anything. You could barely make out the concrete support pillars and the reflection of water moving between them. Then something moved down there. It was heavy enough to make a scraping sound against the dirt. Elle said there's someone under this bridge. There weren't any houses nearby, no cars parked up top, and no reason anyone would be hiding under a bridge in the middle of nowhere. I picked up a small rock and dropped it down, just to see if it would make any noise. It hit something soft before it hit the water. That's when something let out a growl. It was long and deep. It didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard. We both jumped up and ran down the slope on the side of the road to look under the bridge from the creek bed. We thought it was maybe a lost dog. The minute we got close enough, I saw something's eyes. They were yellow, almost orange, and they weren't reflecting any sunlight. They were glowing under that bridge. These eyes were at least 7 to 7.5 feet off the ground. This thing had wide shoulders, and they were at the height of a very tall man. Whatever it was, when we saw it, it crouched behind one of the center pillars. You could see part of its arm, long, dark, covered in hair. The shape of it just did not match a bear, which is the only thing that would be big enough to match the shape. The only other thing that would have looked like that would be a person, but this definitely was not a man. I remember Elle whispering low, saying, "Dude, we should go." But I was too stunned to move. Then we heard that growl again. It was lower this time, not as loud, but it was much deeper. It sounded more angry. That's the very moment that we both ran at the same time, back up to the road, and took off to his truck. That same night, Elle called me and said he went back with his dad after work. His dad didn't believe what we saw and said it was dangerous. We had ran into a bear and we needed to stay away from there, which at that point we gladly did. Now that bridge is still there, of course, but they put up a guardrail and new concrete barriers a few years after that. Part of me wants to drive out there at times and sit around and wait, look around, and see if I hear that same growl again, or see those eyes under the bridge. I kinda want to see it again. I want to know what it is. I don't really concern myself with it attacking me because it could have taken us both, but it didn't. That's my encounter. Use it if you want. Also, you can use my name if you want. It's been over 20 years, but I can still see those eyes in my head every time I think about it. Noah from North Carolina.
Reels. I don't really know where to start this, but I'll try to tell it the best way I can and the best way I remember that it happened. I drive truck. It's mostly between Baton Rouge and Memphis. I've been doing it close to 12 years now. You see a lot of strange stuff out there, I'm sure you're aware of this. But every once in a while, something will happen that just completely changes the way that you look at the road forever. All this happened about 5 years ago. If I remember correctly, it was July, August, somewhere in the end of the summer. I remember because it was really hot and humid that day. Anyway, I'd left Natchez a little after midnight and was running south on 61. It's a road between Woodville and St. Francisville. It always just feels strange out there. I can't really describe it. It's just too quiet. You don't ever hear frogs half the time, just that hum from the road under your tires. It was somewhere around 2 in the morning when I first noticed a out-of-place sound. It wasn't very loud, just a soft, whispery noise that just didn't make any sense. I thought it was the CB radio at first picking up some kind of interference or maybe air leaking somewhere in the cab. But when I turned the CB off, the sound did not stop. It was like someone talking through a half-open window. It was too low to make out words, but it was steady. It kept happening for a couple miles before I realized it wasn't coming from the truck. It was coming from outside. When you've been driving a rig long enough, you get used to knowing how far the noise from your wheels carry. So when I started hearing footsteps outside that matched my speed, I mean they were slamming, I damn near forgot how to breathe. I leaned forward, the passenger window, trying to see through the fogged glass. The road had a slight dip in it, and when I hit the dip, that's when I saw it. Just barely, in the edge of the light from the mirrors. Something was running beside my trailer, not on all fours like a dog or an animal. It was standing up, tall enough that its head was a few feet away from being level with the top of the trailer doors. I did not make a mistake of thinking this was a human. It was entirely too big, and the way it moved would have killed that idea quickly. Its shoulders were rolled forward. It had long, skinny arms just swinging like wet spaghetti noodles. I could see the sheen of wet hair. It had to be either a dark gray or completely black. The skin around its neck and chest looked pale, like leather stretched very tight. Then the whispering got louder. Not in my ears anymore, but outside, like it was right up against the metal. I swear to you, man, it was whispering my name over and over. I hit the gas, jumped to 70, and the thing didn't drop back. It kept right there beside me. I could see part of its face at this point. It had a long snout or nose, not quite like a wolf, but very close. It had a mouth that looked too wide. The eyes caught the light once, and they weren't red or yellow. They were a pale blue color. Just like that, it was gone. Just gone. The whispering all stopped. Everything went quiet again, like nothing had just happened. I made it to Baton Rouge about an hour later and parked at the yard. I just sat there in the truck for probably 20 minutes before I could even get out. When I finally did, I walked around the truck, checking the mirrors, the door, everything. There wasn't a scratch or dent on the rig. I told one other driver about it the next morning. Now, he's been running that same route a lot longer than me. He just looked at me and said very seriously,
Do not ever stop for anything or anyone on that stretch, especially at night. He said that's where the shadows walk. That just sent chills up my spine just typing it out. He wouldn't explain what he meant, and honestly, I didn't ask. I didn't really want to know. I think I know enough. I used to love nighttime runs. Not anymore. Not after that. I appreciate you reading this, and I hope to hear it. E. Hello, Reels. You can just refer to me as Richie or Richard, whichever you prefer. I've lived up here in St. Johnsbury for most of my life. It's pretty quiet country. You get used to the snow and the long winters and how dark it gets when the power lines freeze. It's a lot of fun. I'm not much for stories, but I've been thinking about this one for a long time. Maybe it's time for me to spread it and tell it out loud. It was the winter of 2021. Now the cold here is the cold that makes the trees crack in the distance and every breath you exhale hangs in the air like a puff of smoke. I'd gone out late one night to check on the horses. We'd had a pack of coyotes sniffing around the fence earlier that week. My dog had started growling by the back door. I grabbed my coat, a flashlight, and stepped out into the yard. The snow was deep and heavy. You know that sound it makes when it's cold, it squeaks under your boots. That's all I heard. Our barn sits about 40 yards from the house, tucked near the tree line. I didn't notice anything strange at first, just the usual quiet. But when I got about halfway there, my dog let out this short, nervous bark and stopped walking. She wasn't looking at the barn, she was staring past it. I turned the flashlight toward where she was looking and saw someone, or what I thought was someone, standing right at the edge of the woods. The light hit the side of the barn first, then slid across what looked like a figure. It was big, not just tall big, it was wide. I called out, "Who's there?" because what else are you supposed to do when you see something like that on your property? It didn't move, it just stood there beside the barn wall, its head tilted down a little, like it was watching me from under its brow. The light was directly on its face for maybe a second or two, and that was enough. It wasn't a man. The eyes were a weird, dull, gold color. The face, if you can even call it that, was long in the front like a dog's snout, but thicker. The skin looked rough, patchy in places, like the fur had frozen over. The mouth was partly open and I could see teeth, but not like an animal bearing them. It looked more like it was breathing through its mouth. I don't know how long I stood there staring. It could have been 5 seconds, it could have been 30. The thing never blinked. It never twitched, it never moved. It just stood there breathing heavy. It finally took one step, a slow step out from the barn. I could see how big it really was. I'm 6 feet tall. This thing had half a head on me easy. The arms were long, and the way it carried itself just wasn't normal. It was twitchy movements, like a seizure. It reminded me of those horror movies where those monsters move in the glitchy type twitchy movements. It's like a strange balancing act, like part of it wanted to go forward and part of it wanted to stay back. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's the best way I can put it. I didn't need to study it anymore. I started backing up toward the porch, never taking the light off of it. The dog was whining behind me, pacing, but she didn't bark anymore. I think she was to the point I was at. It's time to retreat. When I got to the door, I turned and ran the last few steps inside. My wife immediately got spooked and asked what was wrong.
I told her there was something in the yard. She thought I meant a bear or a coyote. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I'd start to drift off, I'd hear little noises outside, probably just the wind or the barn settling, but it sounded too rhythmic, too intentional. The next morning I went out when the sun was up. I didn't see anything near the barn, and the horses were fine, but the dog wouldn't leave the porch. She just kept staring in that same direction, her ears flattened and her tail was tucked. I never saw it again, but I have a feeling it's still out there. You don't just imagine something like that. I'm sorry. I'll tell you something else. When the snow falls just right and it's real quiet, you can still feel it. That heavy kind of silence that tells you something's standing just out of your sight. I don't talk about this around here because people laugh, but that night changed how I look at these woods forever. Whatever these things are, it's definitely not a person, and I don't care who says it. You can't mistake this for a bear. It's just not a possibility unless you're half blind. It was something that knew exactly what I was, and it decided to let me live with the memory. Richard. Hello, brother. I've been meaning to get in touch with you for quite some time. I've just been really busy. So my wife got me a drone for Christmas this past year. She said it was so I could finally have a hobby that doesn't involve fixing things that aren't broken. She thinks she's funny. Anyway, I'd been dying to try one out, but the weather around here was pure mud and drizzle for about a week straight. The first decent day we got was still cold but sunny. I grabbed that thing, charged up the batteries, and walked out into the backyard like a kid with a new toy. We live on the edge of a town called Columbia. In Kentucky, it's just a small neighborhood that butts right up to some woods and an open hayfield behind it. That field has been empty for years, just grass and weeds, maybe some deer now and then. Perfect place to fly without hitting power lines or trees or worse, someone's roof. I got the drone in the air and started getting the hang of it, and I'll be honest, it was amazing. The camera was crystal clear, and I was doing these slow sweeps over the field, feeling like a Hollywood director. I was actually bragging to myself out loud. My wife probably heard me through the kitchen window saying stuff like, "Look at that shot, Spielberg." Everything was fine until I noticed something dark moving along the far side of that field, right where the trees started to bend downhill. I automatically assumed it was just a deer, but I zoomed in, and that's when I realized this thing was way too big and moving way too fast. It was on all fours, tearing across that field like a freight train. I remember looking at that camera, squinting, trying to see what it was. I also remember saying out loud, "What the hell kind of dog is that?" Except it wasn't shaped like a dog. The front legs, or arms, I suppose you could call them, were thick, almost human-looking. I panicked, trying to hit the record button, and of course that's when I hit the wrong one, the return to home button. So now my drone starts drifting upward and backing away while I'm yelling at it like it can hear me. By the time I got manual control back, this thing stood up. I'm not talking about standing up like a bear stretches. I mean, it went from running on all fours to upright in one smooth motion. This thing was absolutely huge. Broad shoulders, long arms, dark-colored fur, and that narrow, skinny face like a wolf, but its snout was completely stretched out to a size that was ridiculous. I don't know if it saw the drone or me standing in the yard, but right as I got my thumb back on record, it turned its head in the weirdest way. It was almost mechanical. It took off. I'm talking blink and it's gone fast. My drone camera couldn't even keep up. One second it was in the frame, and the next it was halfway across the field and into the trees. I just stood there like an idiot staring at that controller. No footage, not even a blurry frame to prove what I'd just witnessed. I flew the drone back and landed it. I sat on the porch for 10 minutes just laughing to myself. You know that nervous laugh where you don't know whether to cry or throw up? That was me. I even said it. Well, that's great. My brand new drone just witnessed something that'll make me sound insane for the rest of my life. When my wife came out a little later, she asked how it went. I told her good news. Your gift works. The bad news. I think we live next to a werewolf training camp. She rolled her eyes and said, "You're not funny." I left it at that. I didn't want to scare her. I told a buddy of mine from work about it later. He just said, "Man, you probably saw a bear." I asked him if he's ever seen a bear sprint 40 yards in 2 seconds and stand up like it's late for a meeting. He didn't have much to say after that. Anyway, I haven't flown back there since that happened. I have glanced over there a time or two, but I'm almost afraid I'm going to see it again. And the fact that it was that close to my home makes me sick to my stomach. Nowadays, I stick to taking overhead shots of the house. The backyard feels plenty big enough. If you read this and anyone hears it, and they're thinking I made all this up, believe me, I wish I had. You can laugh all you want, but I'm the guy who saw this thing. And every time I look out past those trees, I can still picture that thing standing there, very close to where I live and sleep at night. Take that into consideration. Next year, I'm just going to ask my wife for socks. Alan M.
Idaho, 2021. I don't tell this story very often at all, and when I do, I usually regret it by the time I'm done. I'm 70 years old now, and I've had a lot of time to think about the choices I've made. There's one in particular I still don't understand. Why I went back to that valley after swearing that I never would. It was the fall of 2021, and my youngest son had been talking about buying a piece of hunting land up near Clearwater County. When he showed me the location on his phone, I felt my chest almost cave in. I knew those ridges. I'd hunted elk in that same valley back in the late 70s before I quit for good. I didn't tell him that, though. I just nodded and said, "It's nice country." The first night we drove up there, I could feel the memories crawling out of the dark, like they'd been waiting for me to come back. The timberline hadn't changed much, still thick pines, quiet as a grave. The air was heavy and had a closed-in smell that I remember very clearly. We made our camp beside a creek. I tried to focus on helping him sight in his rifle, but the whole time I kept catching myself, glancing toward a certain stretch of trees just beyond the fire. That's where it happened back then. I'd been tracking a bull elk alone for 2 days in that same patch of woods. The snow was coming down pretty hard and visibility was awful. Somewhere behind me I heard what I thought was another hunter. Very slow, careful, heavy steps. When I yelled out to be safe, whoever it was stopped moving. Then a few yards off, I heard something release a large amount of air from its lungs, a giant, loud, deep exhale. Almost human, but too heavy and too deep. There's just no way a person would have that type of lung capacity. I remember I had a distinct feeling, a feeling that something big and something intelligent was watching me. I never saw it clearly that day, but I did see a shape moving in the trees, a tall shape, walking upright for a few steps before melting back into the timber. I left my gear there and walked out with nothing but my sidearm and my life. I never hunted again. Now, 50 years later, I find myself back in the same spot, sitting by the fire while my son slept in the truck. The woods were dead quiet except for that creek and the occasional crack of ice on the branches. Sometime past midnight, I started hearing sounds again. My heart dropped. I told myself there's no way this is happening again. It kind of sounded like the wind pushing through the trees, until it came over and over again. I was listening. Then I started to see something moving on the slope. Something huge. It was very big, stepped between two trees blocking the starlight. I could see the outline of its shoulders, the shape of its head. It was wrong for a man, but too defined to be an animal. It just stood there, breathing and watching me. My instinct was to reach for the rifle, but I didn't. I just whispered, "I remember you." I swear on my life it turned its head to one side, like it recognized my voice, and like it knew me and we were old friends. It just kind of stared for a second, straightened its head up, lowered its gaze, and turned and walked back off into the woods. I sat there by that fire until morning. My heart was pounding like I was a kid again. When my son woke up, I told him we needed to find somewhere else to hunt. He laughed and said the place gave him the creeps anyway. I've never told him why. You can call me old, crazy, whatever you want. I've heard it all before. But I know what I saw all those years ago, and I know it was the same thing standing there that night. Some things just won't die. They won't let go. They just wait for you to come back. Some of the folks wishing and hoping to encounter one of these creatures. Be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. There is no going back. Anonymous. I grew up in a small town outside Montpelier, Vermont. Everyone there knew each other, and you could walk home from anywhere after dark without worrying about a thing. At least that's what I thought back then, and it's what I used to tell my daughter. But there is one thing that I've never told her, something I swore that I would take to my grave. But here we are. The guilt has driven me here. When I was 16 years old, my best friend Jessica lived on a gravel road off Route 302, right by a place called Willow Creek. It wasn't really a creek, more like a shallow ravine with cold black water that smelled like iron. People said old livestock used to get dumped down there back in the day. One night after cheer practice, Jessica's mom dropped me off at the turnoff, and I started walking home like usual. It was somewhere around 9:30, a clear fall night. I remember the moon on the frost and the sound of dry leaves cracking under my sneakers. Halfway home, I heard something that made me stop dead in my tracks. It was a violent, god-awful scream. Make no mistake, this wasn't a scream from a person. It started out low, then climbed into this awful high pitch that made my teeth hurt. It came from somewhere down by that creek. I stood there, unable to move, listening as it rose and fell again and again, like something calling out but not for help. I took off running. When I got home, my dad met me at the front door. He said, "You heard that too, didn't you?" I remember the look on his face. He was very pale, looked very concerned and probably confused as I was. He told me to lock the doors and don't look outside. I spent the whole night under my blanket listening to that sound echo through the hills until it finally stopped just before sunrise. The next morning, the local sheriff drove past our house, but no one ever spoke about what they were looking for. People just went back to normal, pretending that it didn't happen. I moved away right after high school and never looked back. That was 21 years ago. 2 weeks ago, my daughter, who's 16 now, called me from her dad's place. He still lives in that same town not far from where I grew up. She said, "Mom, did you ever hear something weird around here? Like a person screaming, but it's not a person." I didn't answer right away. My throat closed up, and I felt that same cold wash over me I hadn't felt since that night. She said she heard it just after dark. She'd been walking their dog near the end of Willow Creek Road. The dog stopped and started whining. She said the sound came from down in the ravine, a long, drawn-out, angry scream. Her dad, of course, brushed it off as a fox or a bobcat. I told her that's probably all it was. But I know better. That sound never belonged to anything normal. It was waiting there, just like it always was, for somebody else to hear it again. And not only has it found me, but now it's found my daughter as well. This has had a major impact on my life, especially mentally. A lot of people might disagree with me not telling my daughter, but I know what this has done to me, and I'm hoping I can just convince her to think it was something normal and move on. I don't want to see her suffer as I have. Thank you, Reels. Blair. Reels. I'm from Kansas. I've grown up hearing stories about my grandfather's old farm just outside of Concordia. He used to tell us about strange noises coming from the silo at night back in the 80s. Banging, scraping, like some big thing was moving around inside. He always said it was probably raccoons or stray dogs, but I could tell by the look in his eyes that he really didn't believe that. Something else, something weird was at play here, and I knew it. After he passed away, the farm sat empty for years. By the time it came into my hands, the place was in rough shape. The barn was ready to collapse, the roof was half gone, all the fences were broken, busted down. I spent that whole first summer fixing it up with my brother, trying to get it running again. The silo still stood there, rusted and full of old grain dust. Every time I'd walk by it, I'd get that same uneasy feeling, like the air around it was full of static or somehow different. I didn't know if it was just my imagination from the stories I'd been told as a kid, or if there was in fact something weird going on here. My granddad had welded a big latch across the door many years ago, said he didn't want kids climbing in. I left that place alone. The beginning of October, we moved some equipment back from town. I started noticing small things out of place. The latch on the silo would be unhooked when I knew for sure I'd closed it. My dog, a pit, wouldn't go near the side of the yard. He'd just sit there, looking at it, growling under his breath. One night, between 11 and 12, I went out to check on the generator. The wind was calm, there was no crickets, I didn't hear any traffic on the road. It was just quiet. I started hearing this low, deep sound roll out from inside that silo. It wasn't what I would distinguish as a growl, not necessarily. It was more like a heavy sigh mixed with a low growl, but there was definitely weight in it. I turned my flashlight on the door and saw it rocking slightly. like something had pressed against it from the inside. I didn't move. I tried to stay quiet. I thought for sure it was a trespasser, but the sound wasn't human, and why on earth would someone go into a grain silo? I started backing away and went inside and waited. The next morning, I found the door hanging open again. I told my brother, and we both decided to check it that night, together this time. We parked the truck by the barn, turned off the headlights, and just waited. A little after midnight, we heard heavy movement, shuffling feet inside the silo. For a few seconds, we saw something move through the slats of light near the base. Whatever it was big, way bigger than a normal animal around here, and it was moving upright. Needless to say, we left. When we came back the next morning, the door was closed again, but the latch was bent like it had been pulled from the inside. I sold the farm shortly after. The new owners tore down the barns, but left the silo standing. My brother drove past last summer and said they keep it padlocked now. I never saw anything physically myself, but my brother did. He swears it was a giant walking wolf. I can't say for certain, as I never saw it, but my brother is not the type to tell a lie. My granddad always explained it as a big creature. So, my brother didn't get his description from my granddad. I think he's telling the truth. Actually, I know he is. I believe him 100%. Whatever the hell it is, I think it lives in there, and it's been there for a very long time. My granddad definitely knew what he was talking about. Name withheld. Reels. This encounter took place in Washington State in 2022. My wife and I decided to rent a cabin on Lake Quinault last summer. She'd been talking for years about how peaceful it looked in pictures. Glassy water, huge pines, just far enough from everything else to feel like another planet. I did not tell her that I'd been there before. Not the same cabin, of course, but the same lake. I was 15 at the time I visited. My uncle had a little place on the east side where he'd take us every summer to fish and to swim. I loved it until the night I came in contact with something that made me swear I'd never go back. We were cleaning up after dinner, and I went down to the dock alone to rinse off a pan. We did that. It was just past sundown. The lake was very still. Everything was quiet. That's when I noticed something dark moving along the opposite shore. I thought for sure I was looking at a bear. It was down on all fours. It was big and heavy, pacing along the reeds like it was searching for something. Out of nowhere, it just stopped and stood completely upright in one movement and looked across the lake. Even at that distance, I could physically feel its eyes on me. I stared at it, then after it stared at me for a brief moment, it dropped back down and loped off into the trees. In those few seconds, I could clearly make out the shape of the head. It was a huge wolf head on a human-shaped body. I will never forget the way it looked at me. I ran as fast as I could back to the cabin. I immediately told my uncle what I'd seen, and I got the usual, "You were tired. The shadows are playing tricks. It was just an animal." I believed him for years, or at least I tried to. Fast forward 25 years later, my wife and I are pulling into the driveway of this little lakeside rental. Everything looked the same. The slope of the bank,
the trees, even the shape of the dock. It was like walking back into a nightmare that you didn't want to remember. The first 2 nights were fine, actually. It was quiet, pretty peaceful. Then on the 3rd night, early in the AM hours, our dog started whining by the window. I got up thinking he needed to go out, but when I opened the blinds, there was a figure standing at the end of the dock. No flashlight, no lantern, just a tall black shape against the reflection of the moon. It wasn't moving, it was just standing dead still. Its shoulders were hunched forward slightly. I kept thinking, hoping it was someone fishing, until I realized it was facing the cabin, and I saw those same pointed ears and snout. My stomach was in knots, and I grabbed my phone. My hands were shaking so bad, I couldn't hardly get the camera to open. By the time I looked up again, it was gone, and it only took me maybe 2 to 3 seconds to open my camera app. The next morning, I told my wife it must have been some kind of dream, or I'd imagined it. She said maybe it was your own reflection in the window and you were just tired. I laughed and said maybe, but I know it wasn't. I know what I saw. I knew that posture, that stillness, that shape. I saw it once before. Whatever it was, it hadn't forgotten me. We left a day early. I didn't explain why. I just kind of forced the situation. When we got home, I checked the photos we'd taken that week. Everything was normal except for one. The last picture she snapped before we left shows the lake behind us, calm and gray as always. But if you look close, way in the distance, you can almost see something dark standing behind a tree, half hidden. It's blurry, almost a shadow. A person that doesn't know what they're looking at would never see it, and they would call me crazy, or say it was pareidolia. But I know what it is. It's waited 25 years for me to come back. It'll be waiting a hell of a lot longer than that for me to go back a 3rd time. There won't be a 3rd time. Real adventures. When I was 13, my mom and I lived in a house off a back road outside of a town called Red Hollow in Pennsylvania. It was a place where the porch light barely worked half the time, and the nearest neighbor was at least a half a mile away. We only lived there for a year, but I still have nightmares about that place. It started in the late fall. I'd be lying in bed half asleep and hear this scratching on my window screen. The first time I thought it was a branch brushing up against it, but we didn't have any trees close enough for that. The sound would start slow, stop for a minute, then start again. Long, steady drags, like something testing the edge of the glass. One night I got brave enough to get up and look. The window was cracked open about 2 inches because our old heater barely worked, and I thought maybe an animal was trying to get in. But when I pulled back the curtain, I saw 2 glowing eyes looking back in at me. They weren't up high like a person's, they were lower, then slowly started rising until they were level with mine. And standing outside that window, in order to be that tall, it would have had to have been at least 8 feet. I remember just dropping onto the floor and crawling backward until I hit the wall. The scratching stopped, but I could hear breathing. I screamed for my mom, and by the time she got in there, it was gone. We moved out the next week. That was over 20 years ago. I just remember fear, panic, desperation, and a head that looked like a Doberman but 5 times the size of a normal dog. I live about 2 hours from there now, with my husband and our 2 kids. I hadn't thought about Red Hollow in years, not until one night last winter when I heard that same scratching sound again. It came from the window in our bedroom. Are these things able to mark people? Is this the same one? Could it have found me after all these years? I would love to have an answer to just one of these questions. I told myself I was dreaming. I even tried the old "it's a tree branch" thing again, just like before. But when I sat up, I noticed both of our trees were bare. No branches were near the house at all. I leaned closer, holding my breath. Then the sound. One long, slow drag across the glass. I reach over and shake my husband awake, but something in me said not to move. I turned my head and looked at the window, and there it was. Those same yellow eyes outside the glass, that same head shape. I saw the eyes blink once, and then they just went out like someone snuffed out a lantern or turned off a light. I didn't scream this time, I just sat there, waiting for it to just break through the glass and finally take me. It never did, and it never came back. The next morning, discussing this with my husband, of course his explanation was, it was an owl on a tree branch catching light from a passing car. I just nodded and let him believe that. But here's the thing. We live on a dead-end road. There's no traffic or street lights around. Just before those eyes disappeared, I saw the outline of that thing standing there. Its shape was blocking out the glow from the yard light across the road. I don't know if it's the same one. If it is, I don't know how it found me again after this long. Sometimes when the house gets quiet, I can swear I hear the faint scratching, even if it's not there. I feel like I'm going crazy, like it's in my head, but I actually saw it. I know it was there. I looked at it with my own eyes. It's like this thing is reminding me that Red Hollow isn't finished with me yet, and maybe it never will be. I have no idea what to think anymore. This has completely wrecked me mentally. Thank you, Reels. Thank you for listening. Thank you for taking the time to care about people that are strangers to you. You're a good person. This event takes place in Oklahoma of last year. There was a house, an abandoned house, and I made a promise to myself that I'd never go back there. But not too long ago, curiosity got the best of me, or maybe guilt. Either way, I found myself standing at the end of that same dirt road I used to walk with my brother when we were kids, staring at what was left of our old farmhouse. Most of it's gone now. It's caved in on itself, weeds growing through the floorboards. The only thing still standing tall is an old shack or outbuilding out back. It used to scare us even in daylight. We called it the dark barn, because no matter how sunny it was, the inside always looked like nighttime. When I was 8 and my brother was 10, we saw something in there one evening. We'd gone looking for the cat after supper, and the sun had just dipped below the fields. The door was open, creaking in the wind. I can remember hearing it. I also remember hearing this shuffling sound inside. My brother pushed me behind him and whispered, "Do you see that?" At first I thought it was a man. It was standing just inside the doorway. Still, very tall, shoulders wide and slumped over. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized it wasn't a human at all. The head was like a wolf's, and it was way too big. And the way it stood just looked like a monster. It wasn't natural. Nothing I've ever seen has a posture like that. Now, mind you, it never acted aggressive or came toward us. It didn't make any sounds either. It just stood there like a statue, framed by that thin strip of sunlight. It was like a shadow waiting for night to take it back. We both ran home crying, and when we told our dad, he grabbed his shotgun and checked the building himself. He came back pretty shaken and told us not to play out there near that shack anymore. We never asked why, because we knew. We moved about a year later after my dad passed. I hadn't been back since. Until this past time I went. I parked by the old gate, walked through the overgrown field, and stood right where we saw it all those years ago. The air was still. I didn't notice a single bird or bug making a sound. The door on that building was half gone now, hanging from one hinge. I forced myself to step inside and look around. Empty. Silent. I almost laughed at myself for expecting anything else. But as I turned to leave, something caught my attention at the far end of the field. There was a silhouette, standing near the trees. It was tall, narrow, motionless, and it was watching me. It wasn't clear enough to see fine details, just an outline against the light. But it was the same shape, the same shoulders, same posture, same grotesque head. I didn't move, and neither did it. We stood there like that for maybe 30 seconds. It standing in the light like it had never left. Me standing in that doorway. The sun finally completely went down and the light was gone. And it went with the light. It was gone as well. I got out of there. Kept staring at that spot the whole way out. When I got to the car, I realized I was about to have an anxiety attack. It was the same feeling I did have when I was 8 years old. I don't know what it was then, and I have a pretty good guess of what it is now. I've learned a little, and it sounds like a Dogman to me. That thing is not gone. It never was. And it never will be because it's burned into my memory forever. I feel sorry for anyone who's experienced this and encountered a Dogman. It's something that will damage you permanently. Anyways, that's my encounter. Thank you. Anonymous.
Hey, Reels. I won't go too deep into discussing what I do, but my job has me travel the same route through parts of the Ozark 3 nights a week. I've seen plenty of black bears, deer, and a few cougars over the last 8 years. Now, I'm not a scary type of person. But in June of 2021 on Highway 74, everything that happened just plays on repeat in the back of my head. It's a video loop that I just can't seem to turn off. That road cuts through the hills west of Jasper. Twisty, no guardrails in most places. It's pretty desolate up there, quiet, just you, the trees, and your headlights. It was pretty late, and I'd just finished a drop-off at a small gas station outside Parthenon. I was headed back toward the main highway, trying to make time before a storm was about to hit. The rain started soft at first, just enough to slick the road. I slowed down to about 35 when the dash lights dimmed. The engine sputtered, and died. I coasted onto the narrow shoulder, half of my truck still on the road. I tried the ignition again. It was dead, and it was pitch black out there. I had no cell service. There were no houses for miles, and no other cars in sight. I turned on the hazard lights and stepped out, figuring I'd grab the flashlight from the toolbox and check the battery cables, hoping that it would be that simple. The rain had started coming down pretty heavy by then. I could hear the wind starting to pick up. That's when I noticed the sound. It wasn't thunder or branches moving, it was something solid hitting the back of the truck. One heavy thump, then another, like a shoulder bump or a push. I turned around with the flashlight and pointed it toward the tailgate. I froze. There was a shape standing behind my truck, tall enough that its shoulders, its entire upper body, was well visible over the box. I couldn't make out much through the rain, just the outline of the head and the ears that pointed up instead of sideways. I didn't know what to do, so I just screamed, thinking maybe someone needed help. But whoever it was didn't move. I watched it take a step or some type of weird movement to one side. That's when the light hit it in the face. This thing was covered in blackish, wet-looking fur that seemed to be slicked down flat against its skin. Its eyes is something I'll never be able to forget. I've heard people say they see red eyes, they see blue eyes, but these were almost human, but they were huge and they were a deep golden reflection. It was like a wolf, but they were set much farther apart. I just jumped back into the cab and hit the locks. The truck rocked again, harder this time. I felt it shift on the springs and I grabbed my radio mic. I tried calling dispatch even though I knew the signal would not reach. The cab was just filled with static. For maybe 2 or 3 minutes it just circled. I could hear it over the rain. It was taking long, raspy breaths. It seemed to be angry or rabid. It was like someone who'd just ran a mile was desperately trying to get in at me. Once it slapped the driver's door so hard that I thought the glass was going to shatter. I remember bracing my arm against the wheel, thinking it was going to break the glass. In the distance, like an angel parting the clouds, I saw a set of headlights winding down the road. Another vehicle coming from the opposite direction. The moment those lights rounded the bend, whatever was out there took off. I saw it in the mirror for a half a second. It was down on all fours, running off the road into the trees, like a shadow peeling away from the light. The other driver stopped and asked if I needed help. I just nodded and told him the truck had died. When he parked behind me, my engine turned over like nothing was wrong. I did not tell him about what I saw. I just thanked him, waited for him to leave first, and then followed all the way back to town. Now, I've been on that same bit of highway dozens of times after that, but nothing else has ever happened. I've never seen anything, never felt anything. It's just normal. I guess you could say I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. Or was I at the right place at the time I was supposed to be there? I know a lot of people think at Arkansas monsters are just bears or tall tales. I used to think that too. But when you've had something push your truck hard enough to rock it sideways, and you know it wasn't human or an animal that you can recognize, you start keeping the cab doors locked, a gun under your seat, staying locked in and on your surroundings even in the daytime. Thanks, Reels. Todd. Newton County, Arkansas. Hello, brother. I've noticed a few people have wrote in even if they weren't sure what they saw, right? Well, I still don't know what to call this. I typed this out exactly how I said it into my phone that night so I wouldn't forget anything. I work on a ranch outside Fort Stockton. Part of the job is checking the old windmills and wells once a week. The one on the south fence line is dry now, just a concrete ring and a metal cover we keep chained so animals don't fall in. I was out there late because the pump line had burst earlier and I wanted to finish before morning heat. The sun was already down, sky still red in the west. The generator lights from the barn were miles off. Nothing but flat land between. I remember hearing that chain rattle. Thought maybe it was the wind. Then again, metal clinking slow, like something tugging it from down below. I walked up, shined a light straight down into that well. I didn't see anything at first, just old bricks and darkness. Then something moved down there. The light caught a patch of gray-brown that moved. I thought it was a raccoon. A growl broke the silence. It echoed all the way up that pipe. I dropped the flashlight, and the beam spun around in the shaft and stopped on a hand gripping onto the bricks. This was not a paw. It was an outstretched, nasty, long-fingered hand with claws, curling over the edge like it was able to hold its own weight with one hand. I saw the fingers gripping and flexing. They were dug in. I just ran, headed for the vehicle. I don't remember even unlocking the truck. I just remember the sound of those nails scraping stone, like something was climbing out of there fast. The well cover slammed up against the chain, metal on metal, and that's when I realized this damn thing was coming out. I floored the truck and tore across the field. I didn't even close the gate behind me. I stopped at the foreman's house 2 miles away, and he came out thinking I'd wrecked. I couldn't even get the words out for a minute. We went back out there the next morning. The chain was snapped clean in half, and the cover was bent upward from underneath, like a missile had hit it. There was dirt all around it, and it was wet like something had dragged out of there and sat heavy in the dust before walking off. He told me he had no idea, but he'd seen coyotes get trapped down there and somehow forced their way back up. There's no way I believe that. Coyotes can't climb brick walls. There's just no way. I think he was coping. Maybe he'd seen it before. I've skinned, I've hunted, I've took out plenty of coyotes. Coyotes don't have fingers, folks. And they sure don't climb brick, like I said. That windmill's still standing, but no one goes near that well anymore. There's no need to. We welded a steel plate over it just for safety reasons. Every once in a while, the ranch dogs still circle that area, barking at seemingly nothing. Noses to the dirt, tails tucked between their legs. I usually don't like to check wells alone after that. I don't even like thinking about the sound it made, climbing up out of there, and that slamming against that chain. I still have nightmares today. I don't wish this on anyone, and if you've seen one, God bless you and God be with you. I'll pray for you. C.W., Pecos County, Texas. Hello, Reels. I myself never thought I'd listen to a channel like yours, especially not write in to you. But I have something to tell you about something that happened last spring. It makes my hands start to shake when I just think about it. This wasn't in the woods or some creepy back road. It was in my own backyard, right outside of Stillwell, Oklahoma. My sister passed away in 2019. Every year since then, my daughter and I light paper lanterns on her birthday and let them go over the pasture behind our house. It's something quiet we do together. No big ceremony, just a remembrance of her. It was April. It was a calm night. The air was hanging heavy. It was supposed to storm in a few hours. We lit the first lantern, watched it float up, clean and steady. The second one didn't lift right away. It drifted sort of sideways. It hit a low branch and got stuck halfway up one of the pecan trees near the fence line. I started walking toward it with my daughter beside me, holding the lighter in case we needed to relight it. The lantern's flame was small, but bright enough to throw a little orange glow around the tree. That's when I realized something was already there. Something the size of a person standing on the other side of that fence. At first I thought it maybe was my neighbor. We get the occasional trespasser cutting through the property as well. But it wasn't moving, it was just standing there. It was half lit by that flickering lantern light. I saw its eyes and knew that it had to be some type of animal. Humans don't have eyes that reflect in the dark. I saw it blinking. The eye shine was not like an animal's, a normal animal's anyway. The reflection was steady. It wasn't darty or shifting. And they were very high off the ground, I'd say 6.5 to 7 feet. Way bigger than me. My daughter saw it too. And she instantly asked me, "Mom, who's over there watching us?" The lantern's flame finally burned out, flickered, and was gone. Left us in almost total dark. I reached for my phone flashlight, but before I could switch it on, there was a low rumble. It wasn't what I would describe as a growl, but like a deep breath exhaled through something's throat. I've heard other people explain this sound, and I know exactly what they mean. You could feel this sound more than you could hear it. It was like a steady vibration in the air. It was very strange. I grabbed my daughter's hand and backed toward the house. When we got to the porch under the porch light, I turned around and it was gone. The branches of the tree were still swaying and the smell of wet dirt hit the air. It was like something big had just moved off through the pasture. We went inside and locked everything up. We didn't talk about it for days. When we finally did, my daughter said it looked like a wolf standing like a person. She drew it for me on notebook paper. Very long arms, hunched back, pointed ears. I didn't hang the picture up, but I still have it folded and my Bible tucked in the drawer. We still light those lanterns every year, but we do it from the porch most of the time. I won't go near that fence line after dark, not now. I don't know if that thing was drawn to the light or just passing through. But for those few minutes, it felt like we were not alone, like something was standing there watching, curious maybe, or remembering something of its own. I have no idea, or any way to explain this. Angela, Adair County, Oklahoma. Reels. I don't even know if this counts as a real sighting or not, but it sure made me question what I thought I knew about the woods and the world. I live outside of Tallulah, Louisiana, on 10 acres that back up to a wildlife reserve. There's a barbed wire fence between my yard and government land, but deer come through gaps all the time, so I keep motion lights out there. One night in early September, around 11, I let the dog out. He's an old blue tick, barely barks anymore. But that night he stopped halfway down the steps and started whining, looking at the trees. I figured there could be a hog or something out there, and I grabbed a flashlight. When I hit the light, I saw the fence wire moving. It wasn't wind. The air was still, there was no wind, and it was hot as soup. The top strand of barbed wire was actually sagging like something heavy was pressing it down. I stepped a little closer, shining the light over it, and the first thing that registered was the shape of a shoulder. Then the light hit the side of a face. Not animal, round but long, angled. It turned toward me, and the reflection from the eyes was pale yellow, almost white. It froze, and so did I. We just looked at each other across maybe 20 feet of open grass. I think we were both equally startled. It dropped down to all fours so fast the wire sprang back up and twanged like a guitar string. Whatever it was crossed that ditch in 3 strides, low to the ground, and disappeared into the palmettos. I could hear it moving for a while. It sounded like someone driving a vehicle through the woods. It was knocking down trees, or at least it sounded like it was as it moved deeper into the reserve. And then, silence. My dog refused to come off the porch for the rest of the night. I went down there a few days later, expecting to see the fence broken. It wasn't. One of the steel posts had tilted like someone had leaned on it with their whole weight. I didn't call anyone. What was I going to say? A werewolf bit my fence? Around here, that'll just get you laughed out of the community and the feed store. I put up another light, higher this time. I wired the gate shut. Haven't seen or heard anything since, but every time the motion light comes on now, I watch from the window, praying that I don't see it, instead of going out there. This will totally mess up your life. Wes, Madison Parish, Louisiana. Reels. I wasn't planning to ever tell this to anyone, but I've listened to your channel for a long time, almost since the beginning, and I luckily found it, by accident. I'm a fellow Kentuckian. I love what you're doing. I guess this has been eating at me for a long time. It happened 2 falls ago, about 5 miles outside Morganfield, Kentucky. I'd been over at my brother's house helping him patch his shed roof. It got late, later than I meant for it to. By the time I went home, it was after midnight. The road between our house is one of those narrow ones with deep drainage ditches on both sides and no lights anywhere. I was driving slow because it was foggy. A lot of deer around here, and they will destroy your vehicle real quick. About halfway home, I saw movement in my headlights. It was just a quick flash of something dropping down off the embankment into the ditch. I thought for sure it had to be a deer. At least the color was matching to a deer. That is, my thoughts switched when this thing stood up. It came up out of that ditch in 2 steps. I saw the head first, or that's where my attention was drawn first. What I saw looked like a wolf's face stretched over something double the size of a man, and the snout was narrow. The eyes set deep under the brow. The shoulders were way too wide for any animal around here, and it was covered in dark fur that was scraggly and almost looked mangy. It didn't charge after me or anything like that. I never saw the thing so much as flinch. It just stood there in the middle of the road, staring straight into my headlights. I remember thinking, why is it so quiet? There was no sound at all. It tilted its head a little to one side, like a dog would do if it's confused. That's what made my stomach turn. This thing didn't act like an animal, didn't look like one out of the eyes. It acted like something intelligent trying to figure me out. I put the truck in reverse and started easing back. Not fast, just enough to get distance. After maybe 30 feet, it turned and walked off the road into the cornfield, still walking upright. I watched the stalks bend and move until they went still again. There wasn't any reason to tell the sheriff or anyone else, so I didn't. I just kept that stretch of road out of my route from then on. Now, every once in a while, when the fog sits heavy over the fields and I look out, I'll think about how easy it would be to see movement out there again. I've lived in this county 62 years, and I've seen every animal that walks or crawls out here. But nothing ever looked back at me the way that thing did. I don't know what else to say. Thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for reading this. Raymond C., Union County, Kentucky. Reels. My encounter happened in 2016, and although I don't really like talking about it or know how to begin to even do so, I know I need to, but this is probably one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. Let's just get this over with. Back then, I used to set up these small hill climb events for dirt bikes, side-by-sides, and ATVs on my property. I'd been a dirt bike guy most of my life. One of my buddies called me old school because I never used the word UTV. Anyway, there was this monster of a hill on the back side of my land that no one could make it up. So naturally, we named it one of our bounty hills. The plan was simple. Bounty Hill, if you don't know what it is a hill that hasn't been topped by anyone, and the first person to climb it gets a cash prize. And if they're the fastest person after that, they get even more. It's nothing official, it's just friends, their machines, and a whole lot of bragging rights. Actually, pretty dangerous stuff if you don't know your limits. A few days before we were supposed to meet, I went back there to clean the path and check for branches or holes, move some big rocks out of the way. I rode my bike out around midday, full sun, nothing weird. But the closer I got to that back ridge, the worse I started to feel. It came on very quickly, too. Nausea, lightheaded, like I was going to throw up. I thought I was dehydrated, so I stopped near the base of the hill and killed the bike. As soon as I took my helmet off to get some water, I was hit with this high-pitched metallic ring in my ears. I'm talking loud. So loud it felt like it was inside my skull. It lasted maybe 5 or 6 seconds, then it stopped, and I threw up right there beside my bike. It was that violent. Before I could even catch my breath, I heard something coming from the woods ahead of me. Not branches snapping, but full-on trees cracking. Heavy, like something the size of a pickup truck moving fast. I looked up, expecting a bear was about to doze me over. What I saw was standing on 2 legs. And yes, I know full well, I don't need anyone to remind me of how this sounds. But that's what I saw. I don't know what else to tell you. This thing was pretty big. It was easy 8 or 9 feet. Wolf-shaped head, broad shoulders, long arms that ended in what appeared to me to be hands. There was no claws that I could really make out, just big, skinny fingers. It looked like raccoon hands on steroids. Its legs bent backwards like a dog's, and it had a long tail that almost touched the ground before curling back upward. It wasn't coming for me. It was running across the lower part of the ridge and then straight up that hill like it was nothing. It moved fast, but not wild. It almost looked like it was showing off. When it reached the top, it jumped, cleared the ledge, and twisted in mid-air so that when it landed, it was facing me. Like it wanted me to see that. When it landed, it just froze there. I couldn't move. I couldn't even control my body. My bladder let go. God, that's embarrassing. It was like my body just stopped listening to me. I don't know if it was fear or something that thing did.
but I've never had anything like that ever happen to me before or since. It just stood there looking at me, not breathing hard or even blinking. It was just locked in. Then its head turned away from me, off to the left, toward this hollow where the creek runs. It looked that way for a few seconds, then turned back to me. That's when it did something that I could never forget. It raised its hands, kind of smiled or smirked, like it knew something that I didn't, and then it covered its ears. Right after that, that same metallic sound hit me again, only this time it was coming from down in that hollow, 10 times louder. My whole skull vibrated, my eyes felt like they were going to pop. I dropped to my knees and covered my ears, but it did not help. When it finally stopped, I thought for sure that thing would be right on top of me. But when I looked up, it was gone. The woods were quiet for a second, then all the normal sounds just came back. Birds, bugs, everything was back. Like someone had just had an on or off switch that they were playing with. The sickness was gone too. I had a slight, mild headache, but just like that, everything was normal. Needless to say, I didn't get out of there fast enough. I nearly killed myself on that bike getting home. I had it pinned as much as I could handle it. I didn't tell anyone, didn't hold the event. I just acted like I'd changed my mind about the hill. Safety, I was afraid someone would get hurt. The truth was, I couldn't stand the thought of going back up there. I would get nauseous, sick, just thinking about it. I still own that land, I still live there, but I won't go back to that backside ridge. There's nothing back there for me, except bad memories, and possibly worse. I've told one other person before now. He never laughed at me. He told me he believed that I saw something, or he believed that I believed I saw something. But I could tell the way he talked about it and the way he looked at me that he thought I was crazy. I'm not looking for anyone to believe me, don't misunderstand. I know what I saw, and I don't need anyone's confirmation. I just needed to get it out. After all this time. J.M. R.A. This all took place in the fall of 2018, up in mid-Michigan. I'd just bought a little place outside of town. It was my first real home. Kind of a fixer-upper, it's all I could afford. I was pretty young. The property backed up to a line of woods that ran for miles. The realtor told me it was all private land past my fence line, so I didn't think much about it. Now, I lived there about 6 months before anything strange started happening. That particular night was a stormy one. It was cold rain and wind. Around 9:30 at night, the lights started flickering and then the whole house just went dark. This wasn't something out of the ordinary. The power goes out around here all the time. I grabbed a flashlight, checked my phone, and of course, no signal. Out there, if my Wi-Fi was down, everything was down. I figured I'd go out to the garage and flip the main breaker just in case it tripped. I stepped outside and I realized how dead quiet it was out there. You notice things like this when you're comfortable living out here. Usually you'd still hear frogs or something out near the ditch, but there was nothing. As I walked toward the garage, I caught movement near the shed behind it. My first thought was that it was a neighbor's dog, but when I hit it with the flashlight, it stopped. There was something standing between me and the shed. It was tall and upright. The light hit it halfway, catching the side of its body. The rest of it was still in the dark. I couldn't really see it. I could see enough to know that it was a big animal, and covered in hair, and what I saw of the face looked to be canine.
The long muzzle was clear, the muzzle like a coyote, actually, but was much bigger. I saw it very clear. No one can argue that. What got me was that it didn't move when the light hit it. It just stood there like it had been waiting for me to shine the light on it. The light was shaking in my hand, and the thing never even moved. Not like an animal would in a light. Usually if a light hits an animal, especially a nocturnal one, it's gone. This thing never flinched, never paid attention, never showed me any signs of being nervous. After a few seconds, it stepped back. Not like it was retreating, just a few slow steps into the dark until it was gone. I kept the flashlight pointed where it had been, but there was nothing there. I started going back toward the house, trying to keep my eyes on the shed. I still had this feeling like I was being watched, and I got a strong feeling that it was definitely still out there. When I got to the porch, the power came back on. Every light in the house flickered, and the radio in the kitchen crackled. Just like that, everything was back. The rest of that night I sat at the table, looking out the window toward that shed. I didn't know what I'd seen, but I kinda wanted to see it again. I couldn't see anything in the yard. Around midnight, I started to feel stupid. I thought I'd scared myself over a deer or a shadow. I had seen something wrong or saw it at a weird glance or glare. It was a trick. My mind had fooled me. The next morning, I went out there to prove it to myself, to look for any prints or anything, proof that there was something there. The ground was soft from the rain, as I expected, hence why I was anxious to see tracks. Right where I'd seen it stand, there were in fact some impressions in the mud. These weren't boot tracks, not animal tracks either. These were something out of a storybook. They looked long, deep prints like something heavy had been planted there for a while. I filled them in with a shovel and haven't looked behind that shed after dark since. I don't want to see it again. I've decided that it's best. Once is enough. Nothing like that's happened after that, and I'm still here. But I swear, every now and then, the power still cuts out, obviously. But if it does even for a second, that thought enters my mind. That memory clouds my judgment. I get the same cold feeling in my stomach. I feel like that thing is out there, waiting for me to come outside again. Anonymous. Real adventures. I'm glad to finally get in touch with you. My encounter is not really something I tell many people about, but if someone asks, and they genuinely want to know and they're not trying to make fun of me, I'll usually tell them. I work for a small landscaping company outside of Stillwater, Oklahoma. We look after several properties, mostly trimming, clearing, and fixing storm damage after bad weather. What I'm about to type out here happened in 2019, sometime around the early summer. One of our clients owned about 15 acres behind his house. It was a lot of scrub oak and cedar. A tornado, level windstorm had come through the week before. We were hired to clear downed limbs. It was just me that afternoon. My partner had clocked out early, and I figured I could finish the job alone. I was running a chainsaw about 50 yards into the trees, cutting up small trunks and tossing them into piles. The heat was rough. I remember that very clearly. There was no wind at all. Of course, I couldn't cool off. It was miserable. It was that thick Oklahoma humidity. If you know, you know. After an hour or so, I started to get that crawling feeling. Like I wasn't alone.
That feeling you get when someone is standing directly behind you, but you spin around and nothing's there. I decided to kill the saw and listen. At first there was no sign of anything. I just heard cicadas and a little bit of highway noise from the distance. I caught a shuffle off to my right. It wasn't extremely loud or noticeable, but it was there. It was steady. It sounded like someone lifting their weight from one foot and dropping it down onto the other. I turned around and saw something crouched a few yards out. I thought it was a deer because of the dark brown color, and it was pretty low to the ground. But it straightened up. Whatever it was, it didn't run. It stood upright, unfolded, like a damn spring or something. It's hard to explain. This thing just unrolled itself. This is when I could see the outline very well, through the gaps in the brush. It had a huge wide chest and a narrow waist. The head was shaped almost identical to that of a Doberman pinscher. The ears were tall and pointed straight up just like the dog. I screamed, "Hey," really loud, more out of nerves than anything. It didn't move, didn't even look my way. It did kind of flinch its head a little, like it shook really quick, like a fly or a bug had bitten its ear and it just kind of shook its head. I still had the saw in one hand and the bar oil can in the other. I remember realizing the saw wasn't going to be any kind of weapon. It started walking, but that's when it turned and was keeping its eyes on me the whole time it was moving. I could feel my pulse in my throat. When I squeezed the throttle on the chainsaw, the sound ripped through the woods and it moved faster. It done a short, smooth glide to the side, staying in view, but never got any closer. It was circling me. That made my skin crawl, like it was covered in bugs. It was like it wanted to make sure that I had seen it. There was no bluff charge. It wasn't hiding. It was just there. Almost like it was challenging me to a duel. I don't know why I felt that way, but I felt like it was challenging me, like it was welcoming a fight, like it was daring me to challenge it, which is something that only a fool would do after seeing it. That is a battle you are not going to win. Trust me. I made my way back to the edge of the clearing. The minute I was back in the open, it turned and off into the trees and was history. It didn't make a sound as it moved through that scrub. I don't know how that's possible, but I watched it happen. I heard nothing. Not a sound. I shut everything down, loaded the truck, and left a full hour earlier than planned. My boss gave me a hard time for bailing, but I don't really give a crap. I went back with the crew a few days later. The same spot. Looked normal, except for one cedar that had been pushed over at the roots. We were all joking that it must have been the wind still working on it, but it hadn't been loose before. I've worked in this type of industry for quite a while, years. Plenty of people around have no issues, but I still don't like cutting alone out there. If I stop the saw for a second and it's quiet, I will get this weird thought in my head, and that same feeling will come again. I don't know what these things are. I can't give anyone any information that they don't already have. I'm sure I have just as many, if not more, questions than you do. I'm looking for answers as well. Tell me this. Most of these people's encounters involve creatures trying to stay hidden, or staying in the dark, hiding behind trees, or some of them climbing on the roof of the house. Why do some of them try to stay hidden, and others want to be seen? That is the number one question in my mind. I don't ask, where did they come from? What are they? Why are they here? Those things don't really matter to me until I absolutely know what they are. None of these other questions really matter until you can come to the term that they're actually real. Actually, what you saw was real, and it wasn't a figment of your imagination like people will push you to believe. It's their behaviors that stump me. I can't notice any patterns in their behaviors. Now, granted, a lot of them do have similarities, but they differ so much, it doesn't make any sense. Well, that's the end of my encounter and the extent of my knowledge. Thank you. B. I live out in North Mississippi, not too far from Tupelo. Tupelo. Sorry if I butchered that. I'm pretty good at doing that. My nearest neighbor is an older lady named Miss Tatum. She's widowed, in her late 70s. Real sweet woman. I've helped her with little things over the years. Cutting her grass, hauling some firewood, stuff like that. This happened in the spring of 2020, about a week after a storm had rolled through. One of the trees behind her old barn split halfway down the trunk and was leaning right over the roof. She asked if I could come take a look before it fell and busted the place up. It was warm that afternoon. The sun was out bright, no wind at all. Beautiful day. I drove my side-by-side down the fence line, parked behind her barn, and grabbed my saw. The tree wasn't terrible, but it was hanging heavy. I decided to take it down before it finished the job on its own. While I was walking around, sizing up the lean, I caught sight of something down past her pasture. 2 fence posts apart, maybe 50 yards out. There was something between them, standing dead still. It would have been hard to see unless you were really paying attention. Had it not moved, ever so slightly, it would have remained unknown to me for sure. I would have never seen it. At first, my brain just went straight to, it's another busted section of trunk from the storm, 'cause it was black and standing upright. When you see something standing upright that big, your thought doesn't go, "Ooh, that's a big animal." No, animals don't stand like that, and they're not that big. Then it started moving, unfortunately. It wasn't fast movements, and I've heard some people say they have these jerky type movements. No, this wasn't that. It was smoother. It shifted from side to side only a few inches. It was almost as if it was trying to get my attention without moving closer. I stood there staring for a good few seconds, trying to figure out what I was looking at. It was close to 8 feet, if I had to take an educated guess. It was broad through the shoulders and back. The sun hit it enough that I could tell it was definitely covered in dark hair, but it wasn't shaggy like you would expect, like a bear. I called out, hoping it was one of the neighbors' farm hands just messing around. I got no answer. The shape started swaying again, almost like it was trying to make sure that I was seeing it clearly. I remember the hairs standing up on my neck and arms. I couldn't explain why, but I knew right then I didn't want to be standing out there. I went toward the barn, trying to keep it in sight the whole time. It didn't move any closer, it just kept standing in that same spot, letting me walk away. Now keep that in mind. It let me walk away. Remember that.
Miss Tatum came out onto her back porch right about then. I waved her off and told her I'd come back the next day when I had a better saw blade. She looked confused, but I didn't wait to explain. When I did come back the next morning, the tree was down. There was no cut marks, no chainsaw marks, just snapped clean halfway up the trunk like something had pushed it until it broke. I don't think I could have hooked my truck up to it with a chain and broke it like that. The amount of force it would have taken is ungodly, unspeakable. Both fence posts that thing had been standing between were bent inward toward the pasture. Miss Tatum said she didn't hear anything during the night, but her dog had barked for hours, pacing from door to door. She thought there were coyotes out there, so she stayed inside. I cut up what was left of the tree, but I kept my truck close to me that time, and I was constantly looking over my shoulder. The whole time I was working, I couldn't get rid of the feeling that that thing was out there watching from the same spot, but there was nothing out there. I checked 100 times. Now, I haven't experienced anything before that, and I haven't seen anything weird after. But you can bet your retirement fund that there isn't a day that passes me that I don't think about all of the stuff that happened there. All of the questions that doesn't make sense. Even if you had an answer, it wouldn't answer anything. None of that makes any sense. How did that tree get taken down like that? There's no way the wind did it. It didn't do it on its own. Something did that. And I have a feeling I know what it was. I just don't know how it's possible. S.M. Dear Reels, my encounter with a Dogman was in 2021. It was right outside of Statesville, North Carolina. I work nights and usually get off around midnight. Second shift is just lovely. The drive home is about 20 minutes on some back roads. It's mostly woods with a few open fields here and there. It's quiet out there. Barely any traffic, especially that time of night. We live off one of those gravel roads that splits off the highway. The driveway runs a couple 100 feet up to the house. There's a metal bar gate right at the front you have to open by hand. It's a farm-style gate with a chain you loop around the post. It's nothing fancy, but it is enough to keep people from pulling in uninvited. That night I remember being extremely tired, but not completely out of it. I wasn't drinking, I wasn't on medication, I'm not an addict or anything. It was just a normal work night. I had my music playing, the same road I always take. I come around the last curve and slowed down when I saw the gate reflect in the headlights. Everything looked as it should. No reason to feel uneasy. I stopped in front of it, left the car running and the lights on. I got out to unhook the chain. I do it the same way every single night. Slip the loop, swing the gate, drive through, shut it behind me. I was halfway to the latch when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. It came from off to the right just beyond the ditch line where the trees start. I remember turning my head and freezing because something was standing there, clear, in the edge of the headlights. This thing was standing on two legs. It was extremely tall, but the shape, I could not figure it out. My brain just could not come to terms with it. The shoulders were huge. This thing was as wide as a door frame. Its arms were very long and skinny, hanging way down past its waist. The head was extremely large, did not fit the frame of the body at all. When my brain finally caught up to what I was seeing, it didn't want to accept it, and neither did I. I realized the head looked like a canine or a dog.
This thing looked like a werewolf. This sounds crazy. I know that, you know that, we all know that. But we also know that these things are out there. That's just what it looked like. I can't make this up. I wouldn't make this up. There's no reason for me to do that. This was a dog's head on a ginormous person's body. That is the best description you can give. Its eyes did reflect yellow from the headlights, and it stood there, unmoving. I never saw it take a step. It was just watching me. It would make you think that maybe it thought I hadn't seen it or it was trying to stay undiscovered. But I don't feel like that's the case at all. I have a different theory on this. I think it knew that I'd spotted it. I think it stood there and waited on me. I think it knew my schedule. I think it wanted me to see it. But my first reaction was not fear. It was just straight confusion. My mind was spinning, trying to find a normal explanation. But there isn't one. Then the fear hit, and it hit fast. My stomach dropped to my feet, and I remember my knees got really weak. I backed up without thinking, still facing it, and reached behind me for the door handle. I got in, slammed the door, and hit the locks out of pure habit. I didn't sit there to process anything. I just threw it in drive and hit the gas. The gate wasn't fully open. I didn't care. I just rammed it and pushed through it with the bumper. The chain snapped off the post, and I went up the driveway slinging gravel. When I looked in the rearview mirror, it was still there. It hadn't moved an inch. It had turned and watched me and was now facing me again. It was standing just off the roadside, right beside the gate. Like I said, still facing my car. The eyes were still glowing, even though there was no light for them to catch. This thing's eyes were self-illuminated. That is 100%. I made it up to the house, and I parked right under the porch light and ran inside. I could barely get the key in the door. I've never been so terrified. I locked everything I could and went straight to the bedroom. My husband was half asleep and asked me what was going on. I told him I thought I saw a bear standing up by the gate. He just mumbled something like, "They won't bother you if you don't mess with them," and went back to sleep. I didn't even bother. I sat up most of the night replaying it over and over, trying to make sense of it. I wanted it to be a bear. I really did. But bears just can't stand that still. They don't stare people down like that. And they definitely don't have arms that long or shoulders that broad. And I don't know of any creature that has eyes that light up like a lantern. Since that night, I don't stop at the gate anymore. I'll get out during the day, open it wide, and leave it open until I'm home for the night. I'd rather risk somebody driving up there than have to stop out there in the dark again. Now, I haven't heard of any experiences besides mine in my area. You may have different information, or someone else may have some. I haven't heard it. This is the first Dogman sighting I've heard anyone bring up out of this part of the country. I know there's been numerous ones in the state, but not from this area as far as I know. Oh yes, there's been many from your area. Sorry to disappoint. Thank God I haven't seen it since then. You don't know how it feels to come home, and every time you come upon your driveway you expect to see the scariest thing you've ever seen in your life. But by some streak of luck, or what I would call divine intervention, I've had no more experiences that I can't explain. I can't explain what I saw. I won't even try to or pretend to know. All I do know, deep down, I can feel it in my bones. Whatever this thing was, whatever it wanted, it definitely knew that I could see it. It stood in the exact spot where it knew I would see it. This thing was not trying to hide. I think it wanted to terrify me. I think it got a kick out of it. I don't know. That's just my thoughts on the matter. Maybe someone else has a different opinion. I would be up to hearing those. Thank you, Reels. I truly enjoy your channel. K.
Hello, Reels. I'm not really sure what good it'll do to write all this down. I've been listening to your channel for a long time, and if you say this will help someone, or even me, I guess it's worth a shot. It's been 8 years now, but there's still a lot of nights that I can't sleep, and I still switch the porch light on and sit by the window until morning. At the time, I lived out on the east side of Columbus, Mississippi, not far from the Tombigbee River. It's quiet out there. It's mostly woods and catfish ponds. My closest neighbor was a man named Curtis. He was in his 60s, kept to himself, raised a few coonhounds, and liked to sit outside smoking his pipe after dark. We'd talk every now and then about the weather, fishing, nothing serious. It was early spring. A storm was rolling in. It was slow, sticky Mississippi night where thunder sounds miles away for hours before it ever rains. Around 10:30, my phone rang. It was Curtis. He didn't sound right. He sounded off. He was nervous, whispering. He told me, "You seeing them eyes out there? There's something in my yard." I asked him what kind of animal he was seeing. He said, "No, this thing's standing up by my chicken coop, taller than the fence." I remember laughing just a little, thinking he was spooked or he was joking with me. He said it's watching me right now. I told him to get a rifle and stay inside. He said he didn't want to shoot unless he had to. Then the line went quiet. I figured maybe he'd hung up or lost signal, so I just set the phone down and turned up the TV. Around midnight, the thunder finally hit. I stepped outside to bring in some tools from the truck. I could see his house from my porch, about 200 yards through the trees. His yard light was still on, but the hounds were going wild, barking in a panic. They were barking in a throaty way that dogs do when they're scared, not angry. Then all at once, they shut off. The next morning, I decided to drive over there. Curtis's porch light was still on. His front door was open, the screen door torn completely off. There was mud all over the porch. Looked like something had been stomping around up there. His chicken coop was smashed in. The wire was peeled back like tin foil. One of his hounds was gone. The other two were cowering under the shed. Curtis was sitting inside his kitchen. He was shaking so bad he could hardly hold his coffee cup. He told me a walking wolf had walked right up to the porch. He could see it clearly. Said it had pointed ears, snout, yellow eyes. He fired once through the screen door, and it ran off toward the river bipedal. That was the first time I'd ever heard of these walking wolves. He explained it to me the best he could. At first I didn't believe him. Not fully, I mean, who would? I told him maybe it was a bear, or he saw a big dog that learned to run on its hind legs for a second. He just looked at me like I was the dumbest man alive and said, "Bears don't open gates, son, and dogs don't run on their back legs." He told me he'd dealt with these things once before. He explained to me that certain types of storms will push them through the area, and I needed to watch my place. They might come through there. I still had my doubts, but I was still terrified at the same time. Something had happened there. It was obvious. The door was ripped off. He was scared to death, and there was mud all over the porch. And what took his dog? I had a lot of questions. The more I thought on what he told me, the more scared I was. That night I sat up late, watching my own yard. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something moving outside. It was something heavy, but it wasn't walking like a deer. This was pacing side to side. I grabbed a flashlight and a gun and stepped out onto the porch. I immediately saw a set of amber-colored eyes staring back at me. They were very high off the ground, too high. They blinked once, then completely vanished. The next second, I heard something move in the gravel driveway. I aimed the light again, and I saw it. It wasn't clear, not a full look, but I saw enough. It was shaped like a man, but much bigger through the shoulders. It was covered in fur, and it was wet from the rain. The head was indeed a dog's head, no mistaking it. It turned toward me, and I heard a low growl, deep enough I could feel it vibrating through my chest. Then it stepped backward into the dark and was gone. I went back inside and stayed awake till daylight. I didn't call anyone. I couldn't even move. Old Curtis moved away a month later. He said he just couldn't take it anymore. I tried to play it off, told myself it had to be some kind of freak animal. But I knew better. I could still smell that wet dog iron scent for days afterward, like it soaked into the dirt itself. Now every evening, when there's a storm passing through, I'll turn that porch light on. It's the same bulb for 8 years. I change it the moment it flickers. I just wonder if folks, when they drive by and see it shining all night, if they know it's for the walking wolves. But that light's definitely not for them to see. It's for it. I figure if it ever comes back through, I want it to see that I remember. D.R., Columbus, Mississippi. Hello there. My name's Aaron. I live out by Trinity Bay, Newfoundland, in Canada. I'm writing this because I don't really know who else to write it to. I'm not very comfortable telling this to most people. It's been 3 years now, and my daughter still won't step outside once the sun goes down. We used to have a small place right near the bay, just a few minutes from the water. You could see the ice come in through winter and the fishing boats heading out in the mornings. I loved that place. It was quiet. It seemed safe. This happened in February, during one of those winters where daylight feels like it barely shows up. My daughter, we'll just call her S, was 16 then. I remember it was a Sunday night. The power had gone off again. Happens all the time out here. So we were sitting by the wood stove reading by lantern light. Around 9:30, she said she heard something outside, like something sharp scraping on our deck. I assumed and told her it was probably snow sliding off the roof. But she kept saying, "Mom, it's still moving." I went over to the window and pulled the curtain back just a bit. The moon was out bright enough that you could see the snow in the yard. Something was standing behind the barbecue, near the railing. I thought it was just a freakishly big dog. We get a lot of strays sometimes, huskies or shepherd mixes gone loose. But this thing wasn't on 4 legs. It was tall, close to 7-8 feet, easy. The shape was weird. It had long, skinny arms. The shoulders looked like a person's, but they were hunched forward. Its head was huge, and it turned toward me and the house. I could see the shine of its eyes. I froze, and my daughter whispered, "Is that a person?" but even before I said no, she could tell by my face that it wasn't. It started moving toward the sliding door, slowly. I'll never forget hearing those boards creak underneath it. It got close and leaned in close enough that I could see its breath fog up on the glass for just a second. Its eyes were yellow, but they weren't glowing like lights. They were just catching a reflection. I grabbed my daughter's arm and pulled her back. We moved to the hallway very quietly. I told her to stay in the pantry and to not make a sound. I didn't even have a gun, just an old axe by the porch. I didn't even try for it. The only thing I could do, or think to do, was make noise. So I slammed the stove door and started yelling out the window like a fool. After a few seconds, I didn't hear the boards creak anymore. When the power finally came back on around 11, the motion light on the deck flickered. I went to the window again. There was nothing there, but the snow on the deck was full of weird prints. They looked similar to human at first glance, but they were just too big, too long, too skinny. Like the heel had been stretched, and there were claw marks in front of the toes. We called the RCMP the next morning. 2 officers came out, looked around, said it was probably a bear. One of them even joked and said if I saw that someone was messing with me. Someone was wearing some sort of costume to scare me. I could tell he didn't believe that. He knew something. They kept whispering amongst themselves. After that night, my daughter wouldn't go out after dark, not even to feed the dog. If I was late getting home, she'd call every few minutes till she saw my headlights. She's 19 now, still living with me, and she's never set foot outside after dark. We moved into town last year. It's a smaller house, less view, but she said she sleeps better here. I still keep a flashlight and a piece of firewood by the door out of habit. I don't know what I saw, but I know what it wasn't. That's all I can tell you. If you've ever stood a few feet from it, you'd know too. I'm pretty sure you know, Reels. Thank you. Aaron M. Trinity Bay, Newfoundland. Hey, Reels. I don't want to use my name. I live just outside Las Cruces, near the foothills of the Oregon Mountains. I'm not much of a writer, but I wanted to share what happened because it ended up costing me more than I ever thought that it would. I bought our place in 2016, about 2 acres, dry ground. Some mesquite trees here and there, a chain-link fence around most of it. My wife liked the view of the mountains. We've got 2 kids, both under 10 back then. The first time I noticed anything strange was late one night in June. We'd had a lot of trouble with coyotes around getting into the trash, so I went out with a flashlight to check the fence line. About halfway down the yard, I found one of the panels bent inward. It wasn't dug under, it was bent, like something big had pressed against it. I fixed it the next day and set up a cheap trail camera I bought from Walmart. That very night, it went off twice, but the pictures were just blurred. I told myself it was a false trigger, probably just a cheap camera, nothing more. About a week later, our dog started acting very strange. Wouldn't go outside after dark. He'd stand in the doorway, just whining constantly. One night around midnight, he started barking toward the back fence. The hair was standing straight up. I grabbed a flashlight and went onto the porch. The desert was dead quiet. Nothing was moving. I started hearing this sound that sounded like breathing. It was heavy, like someone standing just past the fence. I shined the light across, expecting to see a coyote, but I saw a glimpse of eyes, orange, about 6 feet off the ground. I froze for a second, praying that it wasn't a mountain lion. Then it moved. I saw the outline as clear as day. It was something tall, narrow at the waist. It had very wide shoulders and long front arms. The head was shaped like a damn wolf. As soon as the light hit it and I saw it, it backed away, still upright the whole time. I just went inside and locked the door. I went out the next day and checked the fence again. That same panel was bent, lower this time. There was dirt pushed toward the yard like something had been digging under it. I filled it in and told my wife it must have been coyotes. She didn't believe me. She said the dog's behavior wasn't normal and that we should call someone. But who do you call for this? Over the next month, I added a ton of lights, replaced the camera with a better one, even ran motion sensors. Every night something would trigger a few of them, but I never caught a clear shot for proof. But I did see those orange-colored eyes and that silhouette a few more times. It got so bad my wife started sleeping with the kids in their room because she said she didn't feel safe. By fall, I was spending every night watching the fence line. I'd sit out there with a bright flashlight and a rifle until sunrise. My wife said I was losing my mind. Maybe I was. She took the kids and moved in with her sister up north. After they left, it all stopped. No more noises, no more bent fence, nothing. Maybe it followed them. Maybe it just lost interest. I have no idea. It's been years now, and they never came back home. The divorce went through last spring. The house is quiet again, but I still keep that yard lit up like a football field. I'm not saying that I know what it was. I do know what it looked like. A man built entirely wrong with a dog's head and eyes that watched me like it knew me personally. I just wish I'd never gone outside that first night. I wish I'd never seen it. Anonymous. My name is Paul, and I live just outside Apalachicola down in the Panhandle. I don't usually talk about what happened. My wife just tells me to let it go, but I can't. Every time I drive near or on that stretch of road, my chest gets tight, like it's about to happen all over again. Back when all this took place, we lived on the edge of the marsh. You could smell the salt and mud every time the wind swiftly changed. Our house set off a little 2-lane back road, County Road 30A, about 10 minutes from town. Behind us was nothing but pine woods and swamp for miles. It was the summer of 2018. My two best friends, Jay and R, came over one Friday night. We were in our late 20s, had all grown up together around here. The plan was to grill out, drink some beer, and maybe drive out past the bridge to do some night fishing if the bugs weren't too bad. Around 10 o'clock, we loaded the cooler in Jay's pickup and headed out. The sky was clear, the moon was high. The cicadas were screaming like they do in August. Once you get past town, the road narrows and there's nothing but thick trees pressing in on both sides. About 15 minutes out, R pointed ahead of us and said, "What's that?" When I saw what he was pointing at, my brain just said, "That's a person standing near the ditch." But the closer we got, the stranger it looked. This thing was huge, at least 7 feet tall. It looked to be covered from head to toe in shaggy, dark fur. It turned its head toward us, and I swear to you, this thing had a snout. A dog's snout. Jay slammed on the brakes. The headlights hit it directly. It never tried to run. It just stood there, stood its ground. Its eyes were reflecting a bright amber color. The body looked almost human, but the legs were bent backward like a dog's. For maybe 3 seconds, no one even breathed. Then it moved, a few steps into the road. The sound it made sounded like a growl, but it also sounded like it had a throat full of phlegm. It was low enough to shake the hood of the truck. Jay threw it in reverse, and that thing came toward us faster than I can even describe to you. It didn't chase us down the road, but it didn't back off either. It stopped right where the asphalt met the sand shoulder and just watched us as we drove away. We made our way back to the main road and back toward town. I remember no one spoke a word for a very long time. When we finally got back to my place, R jumped out and threw up in the yard. I remember Jay saying, "We're not going to tell anyone about this. No one's going to believe it." And that was the deal. We kept it between us. 2 days later, R broke the silence. He posted something on Facebook about seeing a werewolf in the swamp. It blew up overnight. People laughed, left jokes, tagged him in memes. He deleted it by the next day. But the damage was done. His boss gave him hell about it. People in town just wouldn't let it go. Within a week's time, everyone knew. The sheriff even stopped by once just to ask what we'd really seen and why we were spreading lies to cause panic. He said it had to be a bear on its hind legs. I asked him if he'd ever seen a bear around here, especially one that walked like a man. He didn't answer that question. After that, our friendship kind of fell apart. Jay stopped coming around altogether. R moved up to Tallahassee. I see him once in a while when he visits his folks, but we never talk about that night. Every morning I drive that same road to work. I can't avoid it. It's the only way into town unless you go 20 minutes out of your way. The ditch where it stood is still there, thick with cattails and mud. Every now and then I'll see a shape in the shadows as I pass. Maybe a log, maybe something else. I don't slow down to find out. It's been 7 years now, and I still haven't gone fishing at night again. Sometimes I think about how quick everything can change. 1 second you're just out with your buddies, and the next, you're seeing something that makes you question everything you thought you knew. That's how fast this can happen. Don't think that it can't happen to you. People around here laughed about that post that R made. They thought it was funny. But for me, that road's just a reminder that some things out there aren't supposed to exist. And once you've seen them, you don't get to forget. Paul. Hello, Reels. My name is Alan. I'm from a village just outside Hebden Bridge in West Yorkshire. I don't really know where to start with this because most days I still tell myself it never happened. But it did, and it stayed in my head for nearly 20 years now. Back in 2006, I used to take the same walk every morning before work. There's an old textile mill down by the river, long shut down. A narrow footpath that runs behind it up toward the woods. I'd take the dog that way, rain or shine. It's a quiet path, bit of fog most mornings, and you could hear the water running over the rocks below. It was late autumn, cold enough for frost, leaves all over the ground. I remember it because it was the first morning that I'd needed my gloves that year. I set off around 5:30, just light enough to see my breath. The dog was a collie cross, good-natured, but that morning he didn't want to go. He sat in the doorway whining. I had to tug him along the lane. Thought maybe he'd caught the scent of a fox or something. We got about halfway along the path behind the mill when he stopped again, stiff as a board, staring dead ahead. The fog was thicker there, low to the ground. I couldn't see much past the next bend. That's when I heard the steps. It was like someone walking behind us. I turned around thinking maybe it was one of the local lads heading to work early, but there was no one there. The sound stopped the second I turned around and looked back. I kept walking, trying to tell myself it was the echo off the mill walls, but the steps started again, matching my pace. When I stopped, they would stop as well. When I carried on, so did they. The dog eventually started growling, just a low rumble that dogs do when they're warning you about something. The hair on his back was standing. I turned around again, slower this time, and that's when I saw it through the fog. 2 eyes, reflecting back the light from my torch. They were higher than mine and spaced too far apart to be a person's. At first I thought maybe it was someone with a headlamp, but there was no beam, no movement, just those eyes. Then the shape started to form. It was standing upright, tall. Its head was narrow, its shoulders were broad, the muzzle stuck forward. I could see the breath coming from its nose in the cold air. It was dark, but not completely black, more like it was just wet. It never came forward in my direction, it just watched me. The dog backed up until he hit my leg, then took off. I turned and ran after him. I could hear it following me. It wasn't sprinting, it was just pacing me, like it wanted me to know it was there and it could catch me if it wanted to. Every few steps the gravel crunched under its weight. I could clearly hear it. By the time I got back to the lane by the main road, the sounds had all stopped. I didn't turn around to check if it was still there. I just kept running till I saw the lights from the village. When I got home, the dog was already there, hiding behind the shed. He'd torn his lead right out of the collar, getting away. I didn't tell anyone for a while. My wife said I must have seen a big dog, or maybe a deer, standing on its hind legs somehow. Anything to admit the obvious. But I've seen deer all my life. This wasn't one. The old mill is all overgrown these days, trees and ivy all over the stone walls. The path is mostly washed out. Now this never stopped me completely. I still take the dog out for walks, but only on the main road. The woods can have the rest of whatever's out there. I truly enjoy your content. Keep uploading. Alan. Reels. Just call me K. I grew up outside Hammond, Louisiana. I've never told this to anyone who didn't think I was either lying or crazy, but it's something that's been with me since I was a kid. I'm 37 now and I still can't sleep with my windows open. We lived in an old house my grandfather built, right near the edge of the swamps. You could walk a few minutes down the back of the yard and hit standing water, full of frogs and skeeters in the summer. My dad worked nights most of the time, and Mom would turn in early because she had to be up before daylight. This happened in '99 when I was 11. It was sometime in August. You could smell rain coming, but it never quite got there. I was lying in bed reading with a little lamp on. My window was cracked open because the AC in my room had gone out. The first sound I heard was just like tapping on the glass. It wasn't hard, it was just enough to get my attention. I turned off the light thinking maybe it was a moth or a branch tapping. It stopped. I heard my mother's voice say my name and say, "Come here for a minute." It came from outside the window, the same soft drawl, same calm tone she always used when she wanted me to do something. For a second, I almost got up. Then it hit me. She was in her room down the hall, asleep. I didn't move. I just sat there staring at the window, waiting. After a few seconds, the voice came again. It was a little quieter this time. It said my name, and then said, "Honey, come outside." It was definitely wrong, in more ways than one. It was like the words were right, but the timing was off. There was a pause between each one, like whoever was saying it was copying her, but didn't know how to make it sound natural. I slid out of my bed and went down the hall. My mom's door was cracked open, and I could hear her snoring. I whispered her name, but she didn't wake up. That's when I heard something move out in the yard. Then the sound of what I think was claws against the siding. It wasn't scratching, it was more like gripping. I crept back toward my room and peeked through the crack in the blinds. The moon was bright enough to see shapes out past the porch. There was something standing halfway between the tree line and the house. It was huge. It was taller than the roof of the porch. It was built like a man, but with long arms that hung almost to its knees. I could see the shape of the head, very clear as day. Pointed, ears on top of the head, a long snout, the whole thing. It wasn't looking directly at me, though. It was turned toward the side of the house where my mom's room was. I watched it take a few steps toward the porch. I watched it raise its snout and sniff the air. Then it lifted its head like it was listening. The sound it made next didn't belong to any animal I've ever heard. It was a half growl, half whine, deep enough that it rattled the glass in the window. I backed away and crawled into the hallway. I remember thinking I should wake my mom, but I was scared to make any noise. After a minute or so, everything went quiet. Here's the crazy part. Well, the crazier part. The next morning I told my mom what happened. She turned white and looked out the window. Said something had been in the yard. We found these weird impressions in the mud by the porch. They looked like a dog, but much bigger. She called my uncle to come take a look. He didn't say a word. He just told us to fill in the prints, don't go out after dark, and he nailed the window shut the same day. We never talked about it again. A few years later, when I was in high school, we had another stormy night. I woke up around midnight and I could have sworn I heard the same voice again. It wasn't clear, it was very faint, like it was carried on the wind. I turned on the radio and left it playing until morning. Now I've got kids of my own, and every summer when we visit home, I catch myself checking their windows before bed. It's automatic. Doesn't matter how old I get, I can still hear that voice if the night's quiet enough. It sounded just like my mom. But whatever it wasn't her.